Gunn.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Cassandra Gandra, Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Las Cruces. We're at our work session today, Monday, July 26, 2021. We are waiting for quorum. Do I need quorum? Yes. We got quorum. There we go. Okay. Very good. So good afternoon. I'm presiding over this meeting today. Mayor is out of town. We're getting people moving in and out of the chambers now. Please, if you would, please stand for the pledge. We're going to do it again.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Next up is we have Pets of the Week. Clint Becker had to leave, so our Vice Chair of the Animal Services Board, Councilor Abetha Stuvey, will be on doing her Pets of the Week, and she might need some help with the computer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am Tessa Abetha Stuvey, for the record, and I'll be doing our Pets of the Week. First up, we have May, who is 4 years old. A beautiful flame point sweetheart, my name is May. Let me light a fire in your heart with my cuddles and kisses. You don't have to ask me twice. As soon as I'm able to, I'll crawl right in your lap to make biscuits and kisses and nibble on your hands and arms. I am a full-on lover. And she is available with her animal number 37208. Thank you. And we're going to have our doggo of the week. Thank you.
Councilor Abetha Stuvey, May is up for adoption.
I now have more cats than I care to say, so I am banned.
Councilor Sorg seems very interested. So.
Okay, Councilor Sword.
Thank you. This is Rusty. He is 3 years old. He is a medium breed. My name is Rusty. I'm one of the long-term residents. I am a sweet soul who knows when it's time to stop and smell the roses or grass or something interesting in the scent zones. I love to have a new foster home where we take strolls outside and have playtime. We do have off-site events at the Farmers Market Saturdays 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And our hours of operation are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., Saturdays and Sundays, noon to 5. And it is located at 3551 Baton Memorial West, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88012.
Thank you, Councilor Abetha Stuvey. Look at that face. Rusty, isn't he gorgeous? Someone should go and adopt him. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, Jobs of the Week. I see Dr. Francisco Payares will be speaking to Jobs of the Week, and don't let me forget, Councilor Sorg has additional job announcement.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, members of council, for this week's Jobs of the Week. We're going to be having a purchasing specialist. This is going to be hired by the City of Las Cruces, and the position is open until filled. We also have production workers available, jobs position available with Bayat Chili LTD, and there's 3 positions available for this specific company, and they will close on August the 11th. We also have positions available with Saputo Cheese Factory, particularly with machine operators, and these positions will close in August the 13th. We have also positions available with One Sunbelt Rentals, and this is going to be a road mechanic. This position is going to close until October the 13th of 2021, and we also have positions available with LPN, the licensed practical nurse on dialysis, and this is with U.S. Renal Care Incorporated. This position will close until August the 8th. And again, this is just a snapshot of all the different jobs that are available in our city. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, you can visit our partner's website, employnm.com, and also www.governmentjobs.com www.canabispro.com/careers/Las Cruces. This is for both employers and job seekers who are the employers that are looking to post their jobs for free at the employernm.com website, as well as for the job seekers that are willing to, seeking for a job. The Workforce Connections, New Mexico Workforce Connections information is located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, very close to here to City Hall. The phone number is 575-524-6250, and again, their webpage is employnm.com. And Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Dr. Payadas. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. We've switched. This morning, I was in a committee meeting with the New Mexico Workforce Development Board, a subcommittee that's working on getting businesses as the Business Engagement Committee. And I learned about a new website. The Workforce Solutions is just new this year. It's just been getting hot here in the last month or two. And it's a simple address. It's called ready, ready.nm.gov. And I've got the website on my computer right now. This is an awesome website. It has all the information that both businesses and job seekers need to know, such as training and education. Tells you right to where to go, and tells where all the job seekers are ready to go. And then the business support is there. And also there's a special one right now because of our COVID-19 cases we have here, situation we have here, I should say. It's an awesome website. I encourage anybody that needs employees, needs to hire, or any people that needs to find a job to go to this website. You'll find it extremely friendly. Also, the Workforce Development is providing $1,000 incentive for all those who go back to work now. It's only good to the end of August. So if you get a job between now and the end of August, you get an extra $1,000 from the state. I think that covers about everything. They mentioned they are getting, the state is getting calls for jobs and calls for anything that they can, service they can provide, only about 40 to 50 a day, and I think that's, they're handling it quite well. There's very little, if any, waiting on that. And also, last Friday, thanks to Debbie Moore, we had a special luncheon with that Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey also attended with me, in which they talked about just this topic. And I got a copy of what the bridge, Tracy Brin has of the bridge, you all know where the bridge is. They have put out these new booklets, especially for those people that want to find a pathway to high-paying jobs in our community. Here's one on aerospace, commercial space, and defense industries, one on the energy industry, one on international trade industries, and one on digital media and film industries, and I don't think I got them all. There might be another one too. Valuable little packets for those people looking for jobs. New Mexico True, yes. We're calling it New Mexico True Talent. Okay.
Thank you.
They're doing an excellent job, and I'm working on it.
Thank you,
Madam.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Okay, next up is 3.1, Las Cruces Passenger Air Service, WS number 21-031. Andy Hume. Good afternoon, Mr. Hume.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Pleasure to see everybody here today. My name is Andy Hume, and I have the privilege of serving as Airport Administrator at Las Cruces International Airport. And with us today, actually, let me just touch on what we're going to go over today. We're going to give you a little bit of update on the infrastructure improvements that we've been making and ones that we have planned. We're also going to give a little bit of an update on the recent happenings in the U.S. on the air industry. So there's some interesting news to share with you all on that. We'll go over a quick recap. If you recall, back in September of 2020, 2020. We had a presentation on interstate service and the potential for that. And so we'll give just a quick recap. So just to sort of refresh our memories of where we're at. Then we'll get into a little bit of discussion here on the New Mexico DOT Air Service Enhancement. This is a very recent occurrence, a very recent development that could impact air service here at Las Cruces International Airport. We'll talk a little bit about what we're calling the Las Cruces Air Alliance, give you a little bit of background on what that is and how we see it benefiting air service and other future opportunities. And then we'll do some Q&A. So it's my privilege at this time to introduce with me our consultant team. As prime consultant, we have Du Bois and King, and Guy Roel will be representing them and be talking a little bit about infrastructure and improvements and some of the opportunities in those realms. Also, working with Du Bois and King is Air Planners, and we have Kent Myers and Bill Tomchich. And they will talk about the update on U.S. service, as well as air service development and its impact here in Las Cruces. So without any more ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Guy Roel. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Nice seeing you again.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and other city councilors. Yeah, today I was going to...
If you would just
I will.
introduce yourself. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am Guy Ruel. I'm with Du Bois and King, and we're representing the airport as a teaming partner, as a consultant for the airport. And as Andy had alluded to, we want to talk about the infrastructure updates at the airfield and how it relates specifically to air service. So, you know, there are many current studies that are underway at the airport at this time, each of which are considering air service. As many of you are aware, you know, the airport has been looking at interstate air service for quite some time, and as Andy alluded to, and we'll give an update on, the most recent Air Service Enhancement Act that was released from Santa Fe and current legislation at the state. Where, you know, the studies that we're currently involved in are looking at the required air, you know, the runway lengths and strengths. What's important is the runway lengths and strengths will support, of course, the current and ongoing general aviation flights that are utilizing the airfield, but we need to, and the FAA would like the airport to always plan it for the 20-year planning period. And, you know, the current planning period, of course, with air service on the near horizon could include and will include, you know, aircraft that the airport will currently support. But in the 20-year horizon, there's also going to be some development and potential for slightly larger aircraft, and we want to ensure that the planning studies include the runway lengths and the strength of the runway to support these larger aircraft. We're looking, of course, in all of our planning studies, taxiway widths, apron, as well, the spatial needs, meaning in front of the current terminal building. Will the aircraft that are currently using the airfield be able to, if you will, mix with general aviation and other commercial aircraft? And those spatial needs for the aprons, we want to look at that for the current and future commercial aircraft. In addition to the terminal areas and the runway lengths and taxiways, we also want to look at the short, medium, and long-term spatial needs for the terminal building. By way of example, we'll talk soon about intrastate, meaning within the state of New Mexico, and so short-term needs could include, and we'll talk about that in a minute, the spatial needs. But then as larger aircraft come in and start utilizing the airfield and the development of more frequent aircraft, you know, terminal needs are going to have to be considered, and they are being considered in all of our studies. The support for short, medium, and long-term, of course, are going to have to also include the continued growth of the general aviation populace at the airfield. It's a very robust, in my opinion, general aviation community. But what's important is, and I've worked on a lot of larger airports where general aviation sometimes gets pushed to the side when you bring in commercial aircraft, and that can't be the case at the airfield. It's an airfield that's very robust as it relates to general aviation, but we want to make sure as commercial aircraft come in that that's not hampered or dissuaded. Non-sterile, we consider that non-sterile. You go to airports to fly within the United States. Sterile is when you have to pass through TSA. And initially, with the intrastate development, which we'll talk more at length in a bit, there's that potential where it could just be non-sterile, meaning flying directly from Las Cruces all the way to Albuquerque and not having to have TSA on the airfield. And that's a short-term discussion and consideration that we are considering. Sterile, of course, could include intrastate. It's possible that you could go from Las Cruces to Albuquerque, and in that, go to Albuquerque and go from a sterile area at Las Cruces to a sterile area at Albuquerque, and then go on a flight across the United States without having to pass through TSA once again. So these are considerations that we're looking at. As we develop the airfield, we're going to have to make sure that the instrument approach procedures for the airfield are considered, meaning that right now the airfield has a lot of instrumentation that the FAA is funded and is maintaining. The airport, as they develop and lengthen runways, will need to consider improved instrument approach procedures so that when aircraft do utilize the airfield, they're able to utilize it in a way that, frankly, they're not hampered. Meaning, if approach procedures for another runway, when it's extended, are not considered, then the extension really is just hampered by the fact that can't be utilized during bad weather conditions or meteorological conditions. We of course, I know it's near and dear to the city and to Andy as well at the airport, is constructing innovative and sustainable infrastructure. We want to work closely with the airport, utilizing all of our best management practices as it relates to innovation and sustainable infrastructure, whether that's the way that they use water, solar, or how aircraft and airport equipment are fueled. So we'll consider that in all of our planning studies. Few last bullets. I just wanted to take a minute, and I did allude to short-term, long-term, and medium-term and long-term developments at the airport and the studies that are going on. So I wanted to kind of quantify that. So short-term for me, as an aviation planner, is a 1 to 3 year time period in which a temporary terminal building, the needs for intra or even interstate temporarily so that aircraft can come in. They can operate, meaning a commercial airline, and operate as soon as the airport needs that. We are considering that, and it is quite doable. In fact, air planners and Du Bois and King are currently working at an airport in the region that we're giving them those short-term opportunities so that they can not be hampered by 3 to 5 year construction windows. Within the 1 to 3 year period, of course, we've already alluded to the runways, aprons, and approaches, but also near and dear, I know in the 2017 strategic plan for the city, one of the goals was to have 20,000 aircraft enplanements at Las Cruces by 2022. And the aircraft that Air Planners is working closely with airlines is to find an aircraft that would be able to provide enough seats so that within the 1 to 3 year window, those 10,000 enplanements are achievable at a minimum. Now, I know the City Council would like to see 20. Frankly, one Embraer 175, it's a 70-passenger aircraft, one flight a day would enable the airfield to see over 20,000 enplanements a year. So the aircraft we're looking at and all of the planning in the infrastructure, meaning the terminal, is being considered so that we can meet those goals. I do want to just briefly mention that when it comes to a funding perspective, currently the airport is funded by the FAA at about $150,000 a year because it's considered a non-primary entitlement airport. When the airport receives demonstrates 10,000 enplanements a year, that funding will be more than 7 times that. It'll go from $150,000 a year to $1 million. So it's that, I know the City Council said 20,000. When I saw it from afar, 10,000 came to mind, and that's a huge benchmark for the airfield. It's very important. Our planning is considering that. Medium term, I consider 4 to 10 years. So again, consider 1 to 3 years, temporary terminals put in place, intrastate, potentially even interstate have begun. The FAA and New Mexico DOT sees that there is actual air service established here at the airport. And 4 to 10 is a proving ground, really, as far as I'm concerned, with FAA, in that continued growth of the air service, which would include higher frequency, larger aircraft, more passengers, and enable the airport to begin to get that additional funding from the FAA. This is in that 4 to 10 year window. And then improvements such as improvements to Building 8960, which is a budding building on the airfield where customs could be established. A true customs facility. Currently, Customs and Border Protection is on call. They do come to the airfield if there's an international flight. It's not really efficient, and frankly, just doing some improvements to 8960 would enable the airport to be a port of embarkation and have that established customs with full-time customs employees at the airfield so that they could receive those international flights. That's in the 4 to 10 year window. Lastly, I would say long-term is when air service is sustainable. Our mantra always is safety first, then sustainability, and then growth. We don't want to build infrastructure that is not sustainable. It's going to so we want to make sure that it's sustainable within that long-term window. And in that case, once it's sustainable and air service is proven, it would be important at that point to be designing, constructing, and operating the commercial terminal building, which would be on the east side of the airfield. It's in the current action plan for the airfield. It's a fairly large terminal. It's important that the council understands, from my perspective, is the short-term and medium-term fixes really will enable the airport to establish a sustainable air service, but we're also, there's a cost benefit to that. For every commercial flight that comes into the general terminal area, you're going to hamper, if you will, there's going to be some sort of impacts to general aviation. So the long-term goal would be to establish a standalone commercial terminal building on the east side of the airfield so that you just transfer all the air service to the other side of the airfield. General aviation continues to grow as well as the commercial flights. So with that, I'm going to pass this off to my colleague with Air Planners, Mr. Bill Tomsich.
Thank you, Guy. Hello.
Thank you, Guy. My name is Bill Tomsich. Pleasure to be here. This is my second visit to the city of Las Cruces. The first one was 2 years ago in late October, and when we had a chance to get to know some of the people in this community. And a lot has happened since, and I really want to focus my remarks today on timing and why timing is of the essence. This is a chart that I track very closely because it shows what's happening in the entire United States. It's basically a chart that represents total TSA throughput numbers at all airports across the U.S. The gray lines across the top represent what happened in 2019, kind of as the benchmark year. The red line shows what happened in 2020 and where things really fell off the cliff as soon as the pandemic hit in mid-March. And then air transportation hit rock bottom during the month of April. And you can see it was a pretty slow recovery throughout the rest of 2020. And I point this out because it was last September 28th, right about here, where we actually did a virtual presentation completing phase 1 of some of the studies that we've been engaged with. I believe you all were a part of that Zoom meeting. Like I said, it was on September 28th. And I'm going to touch briefly on what's happened, some of the results of what was shared then. But since that point in time, things remained fairly static throughout the rest of the calendar year. Obviously, you saw some spikes over the Christmas holidays and then a lull. This blue area represents what's happened year to date here in 2021. We certainly saw a lull in January and February, but then things started bouncing back very quickly throughout the industry, particularly the last several months. In fact, there is even one day earlier this month where the total employments surpassed this same comparable day from 1 year ago. And since the 1st of July, there have actually been, when I produced this slide, there were 9 days with greater than 2 million travelers in the U.S. There have been 5 more days since, including yesterday, so there are now 14 days in the day of July where it exceeded 2 million travelers. And then we focused on it regionally and what's happening. One of the things that we do with the other airport clients that we work with is we take a look at what's happening at some of their peer airports and how their performance compares, relatively speaking. We work with another client airport here in New Mexico. It's the city of Hobbs. So we're looking closely at what's happening around the region. And I thought it was especially insightful to see what's happening at El Paso at the top of this list. These are monthly load factors that have taken place since the depth of the pandemic last April. And for the past 3 months, in February, March, and April, the El Paso airport has actually had the highest load factors of any airport across the region. This includes some of the major hub airports like American Airlines, DFW and Phoenix being 2 major hubs, along with their system. They seem to be performing very well. United has hubs in Denver and Houston, not performing quite as well as American. And then you see all the other airports across West Texas and New Mexico further on down the list. So the fact that El Paso is seeing really strong results right now is really important. So finally, what I want to conclude my remarks on is just to give you a little reminder of the presentation we made last September. It was a 25-page deck, and our colleague David Becker from RRC did most of the presenting of a lot of research and methodology. But I just want to remind everyone here that the conclusions of that presentation was we believe there are about 650 inbound and outbound travelers either to or from the Las Cruces area who are currently flying through the El Paso airport. This represents roughly 14% of their total annual employments of almost 250,000, and that is a very significant number because that will certainly be enough demand to support, we believe, 2 to 4 daily interstate flights on 50 to 76 passenger aircraft. Most of you, if you follow the airline industry, you probably know that 50-seaters are kind of on their way out, but we're really focusing more on 65, 70, or even 76-seaters because those are the aircraft that are most plentiful right now and probably the best fit for a startup market like this. Finally, in terms of timing, they say timing is of the essence, and so in this case, we actually had a meeting with American Airlines just the week before last, and we were talking about some opportunities for another client the year after next. And as you can see, with employments bouncing back across the entire United States, there's suddenly pressure on the airlines to allocate resources amongst competing airports. There were a total of 19 airports that submitted requests to the U.S. Department of Transportation for the SCASD grant, only a handful of which are actually going to be awarded. So the timing is perfect right now to really get things started on this air service development project. Great that we have Guy working on the facility improvements because that's going to be the first prerequisite to make that happen. But there's something else that has happened in terms of timing, and this was not anticipated when we spoke with you last September, and that is the development or the announcement of the New Mexico DOT Air Service Enhancement Act that just happened in April. So with that, I'm going to transition to my partner Kent Myers and have him tell you a lot more about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. My name is Kent Myers. I'm president of Air Planners. Good to see everybody again and good to see people in person. It's been quite a journey from that standpoint. Bill mentioned the New Mexico Department of Transportation Air Service Enhancement Act for the state of New Mexico. This is legislation that was passed earlier this year in late April in the legislation session. And it's really a cooperative funding opportunity for reliable interstate scheduled air service. The grant's available up to $1.75 million each year for a 2-year requirement. So it's really a $3.5 million proposal for communities that want to apply for the grant. There is a requirement for the local community of 10% match of that as far as successful awardees are concerned. The opportunity for Las Cruces is to develop frequent year-round air service from here to Albuquerque and maybe Santa Fe during the legislation session. Okay, that's all that it will produce for us, and it will be only within those 2 cities. That's what we're going to target. Ironically, during the time frame where we did our research, thanks to David Becker, okay, brilliant kind of guy. He did ask in the business community as well as the residential individuals some of the top airports that people wanted to fly to. Ironically, Albuquerque is number 3, just behind Dallas and Phoenix. So it fits the model, and it also fits the amount of demand. In the 2019-20 survey, approximately 18,000 annual trips would be produced in a calendar year between Las Cruces and Albuquerque and Las Cruces, or about 50 people a day each way. So this 9-passenger aircraft, we feel will have lots of demand for that service. Depends on the frequency that we can offer it, what days of the week. We all have to develop that from that standpoint with our grant application. The next step, we would like a consensus for the council to move forward, because we've never really presented this to you. This is new as opposed to the larger service with a network carrier. The Department of Transportation in New Mexico has not even published the final rules and regulations associated with this legislation. I can't answer all the questions as it relates to this because it's not published. We create an RFP to solicit the interest and select air carriers. We already have 3 air carriers interested in bidding on it. We submit the grant application, and then we come back to the council for approval upon a successful grant award. Pretty simple and straightforward from that aspect. I'm going to turn it over to Andy as it relates to some of the cost.
Thank you very much, Kent. Andy Hume, Airport Administrator. So as we outlined in a previous slide, the grant, there are certain things we do know about the grant. Number one, it's the highest grant amount. You can receive up to $1.75 million per year for 2 years, totaling $3.5 million. There is a requirement on behalf of the municipality or the successful awardee of 10% match. So this would be $175,000 per year, $350,000 over 2 years. So basically, we'd be taking $350,000 and leveraging that to get $3.5 million total for this program. In addition, there is a requirement in the grant for setting aside some money for marketing. So we would be doing that, and over 2 years, we would assume approximately $50,000. So for us to participate, we estimate the total cost to be $400,000 over a 2-year period to leverage against that $3.5 million program. And one thing I want to mention just to make sure it's 100% clear is we've been talking about 2 very different types of air carrier service, intrastate and interstate. All along, we've been talking about interstate. That's what we presented on in September. The idea of intrastate just sort of kind of appeared because the state legislature approved this act and said, okay, well, here it is, and it was approved, and so we said, you know what, this could be a good idea to get service started a little more quickly as we continue to work the interstate route, or interstate process. So I wanted to make sure that was clear with you all at City Council. What I want to do for just another minute or two is introduce this idea of a Las Cruces Air Alliance. In pretty much every case, when you're looking at either intra or interstate service, putting together a public-private partnership is really essential for this to be successful. And so what we've seen is communities all over the U.S. and including in New Mexico. Hobbs is a good example of an air alliance. These alliances come together and really encourage a grassroots level support for air service. It's not just the city or the county taking, and pushing something through. It's really truly a community effort. And you want to look at that from again, a guy mentioned the sustainability role. You really want to look at community buy-in to get that sustainability long-term. So I'm very excited to say that Las Cruces Air Alliance is in its developing stages. We're very happy to see that this collaboration is beginning. We have some excellent primary partners. The Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, Movida, Virgin Galactic, NMSU, and the business community in some at-large positions as well. And really the key I want to focus on is the title. Connecting Las Cruces with New Mexico, the U.S., and beyond. We had a great visioning session with the Air Alliance, and really out of this came this vision that we have for the airport. Connecting, that can mean a lot of different things. It could mean the flight, you're connecting from one city to another. Could mean you're connecting with a friend or a family member because you're going on that trip and making those connections. Could be business connections. And when we look at New Mexico, we've talked about intrastate, connecting with Albuquerque, possibly Santa Fe. But then what other possibilities are there for intrastate? Maybe there are others in the future to explore. Certainly we talked about connecting to the U.S. What does that look like? Maybe DFW, Phoenix, other connections. And the most intriguing is beyond. Our partnership with Virgin Galactic is going to be really key in this. We want to make sure that we have an outstanding relationship with them, particularly as their activities really grow out at Spaceport America. So connecting Las Cruces with New Mexico, the U.S., and beyond. We're very excited about this as a long-term vision for the airport. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the presenters here, and we will stand for any questions and comments.
Thank you, Andy. I'm looking. Councilor Sorg.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get her done.
Okay.
It's been a long time waiting. I recall about the year 20, what did I write down here? 2010, 2011, 2012. When I was on the advisory committee for the airport, there was a proposal for intra-state service to Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Los Alamos, and Ruidoso was also mentioned at the same time. And they were only asking for about $300,000 to $400,000. What do you call it when you support a project like that? Cost share, not cost share, that's an old...
A subsidy?
Subsidy, yeah, from the city. At that time, it was in the middle of the recession or near the end of it maybe, and there was just no money in the budget, so we just didn't really think very hard about it. So, yeah, now is the time. I think this is the time to get her done. We have to strike while the iron's hot. And so, yes, let's get her done. That sounds very interesting. I'm looking for a flight this Friday night to go to Albuquerque, so we're good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you so much, Andy, and everyone who presented and has worked hard on this. I think, honestly, it's very exciting. Honestly, my only question is on council consensus. What do you have to bring something forth to on an official resolution, or how will that happen?
Thank you very much, Councilor Bencomo, Mayor Pro Tem. We actually will be bringing forward a resolution to City Council. I believe we're scheduled on the 16th of August. So yes, thank you very much for that. We will be bringing that, and it's sort of it's very general to support moving forward with the air service. One thing I do want to point out, as we did in September and we're doing today, we're going to be regularly back before City Council to let you all know what our progress is, and then particularly when it gets into going out to RFP and selecting a vendor and so on, we will go through all the procurement processes and then come back to City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Yes, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Andy, and thank you to all of our guests for joining us today. My question is regarding the matching funds. Have we thought, is that going to be out of general funds, or have we thought about that plan?
Thank you very much, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know that we've specifically identified a source of the funding yet. We sort of wanted to get consensus first from council to move forward, and then we'll be working with city administration to identify the funding source for those.
Okay, and so by the time you have a resolution towards us, then we'll probably have that identified?
We will make sure to work with city administration on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. Yeah, thank you, Andy, and our guests. This has been a priority for me since I got elected, and as we were putting the strategic plan together, Councilor Sword, and you know, at one time people were like very against it. Economic Development Director, not the current one. And we just had a vision, and we want to see it happen. And I was one of those individuals that was flying out of that airport with children, right? Because I worked at Children, Youth, and Families Department, flying children, you know, to residential treatment facilities for appointments and whatnot. And for me, I think it's, you know, when you have a vision, I'm really excited about what I've seen. I had an opportunity, as I shared at a regular council meeting, was it last week? Yeah, last week. We had a pancake breakfast, and it was one of the first times that I had been out there for a significant amount of time. There was so many people, and then we got an opportunity to tour your office space, Andy, and I'm really impressed. And there's some really exciting things that are happening. So I just had a couple of questions. When do we anticipate learning more about the grant and what is you know, specific to that grant? When do you have an approximation time that we'll hear more?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for that question. We don't have a specific date, although Mr. Myers and I did attend a virtual meeting with New Mexico DOT. Our city was actually the only city represented at that virtual meeting, where we had an opportunity to ask questions and get input. A specific date was not announced. We are anticipating them imminently, so we could get them tomorrow, or might get them in another week or two, but we will let you know as soon as we do get them.
So Andy, as you were waiting on that, I'm sure you're planning, putting the report, your grant together, if you will. I mean, how do you select sort of the dates and times that we'll be having flights out of there into Albuquerque and Santa Fe? How is that decision being made?
Well, we're working with air planners. They're very tied into the broader network and how to put together those types of schedules. So we will be working with them on what that scheduling looks like, and then also working with them on structuring a scope of work for the RFP, and then ultimately submitting that RFP to the New Mexico DOT to hopefully be a successful awardee.
Thank you, Andy. I'm excited. I think I agree we should charge forward, and good luck. Appreciate all the work that you've put into. You should be very proud. I'm proud of you, Andy, and the work that your staff is doing over there. Thank you to our guests. Upward and onward.
Thank you.
Is there any other? Yes, Councilor Flores.
Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Andy, and thank you, Kent and Bill and Guy, for your words, and your hard work on this. As you all know, I'm the liaison to the Airport Advisory Board, and Andy has asked me to join the Airport Alliance in their meetings, which has been absolutely wonderful. And there's no question that this is definitely an economic driver. There's just no question. I think that this is going to be the most powerful source of economic development for the city, for immediate, and it's something that Dr. Payares can definitely assess and hopefully attest to in the very near future. I'd like to note that Jason Lasich is in our audience today. He's been on the test, and were you in the most recent spaceport? No, it was the test, and we saw him about a few days afterwards, and he was still out in space. He was just a space case. No, not really. He was just very excited about all of that. And then Debbie Moore, of course, who has been instrumental in that Airport Alliance. And there's been a lot of, Guy has been out here, Guy Ruel has been out here for, gosh, about 2 weeks already, and just getting to know the city and understanding how the city works, the dynamics of the population, and Andy has been working very hard to make sure that all the runways are set up, and the air service that Air Planners is looking at is definitely to be compatible with the air service they're looking at. And I know that somebody mentioned, I guess it was Andy or maybe Guy, last year when this was presented, last fall, we were looking at interstate, but intrastate is definitely going to be what we can achieve right now, and that grant is going to make it viable. And the matching funds will just have to come out of somebody's piggy bank, or some accounting that has to be done, and the money will be there, I'm sure. Thank you, and thank you for nodding to that, Ivo. And I really want to thank Andy for, I've said this before, and right around the time that Andy became it was before he became the interim administrator at the airport. We came within the skin of our teeth. We almost lost our 139 certification at the airport. So I want to thank Andy for all of his hard work and vision, and working well with Air Planners, and especially with Du Bois and King, in making sure that our airport is coming back to life, and is working also very well with the advisory board, which can be really, really, really tough, because they're the ones that use the airport and pretty much kept it going when the city pretty much fell asleep at the wheel, quite frankly. So I want to acknowledge everyone who's made it possible to bring it to this point. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Peely, and thank you, Ikani, for being the liaison to the, not the liaison, but oversight. And thank you again, Andy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Sorg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. A couple questions did come to mind as we were talking here. There was talk rather briefly about improvements to the infrastructure at the airport. Our infrastructure at the airport, is it good enough for this intra-state service right now?
Councilor Sorg, Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
Okay, so we don't need to put any money into that at the moment. I'm sure there's going to be future improvements needed.
Yep.
But $200,000 a year is a small spice to pay out of our budget to provide this intrastate service. There was one other thing too. Actually, there isn't, because I don't have it here, so I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor
you.
Sorg. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Andy. I'm going to ask for any public comment. Public comment on this item. Seeing none? Okay, Andy, do you have what you need from us?
Yes,
We
Madam.
gave you the
Yes.
nod. Yes, move forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
Next on our agenda, 3.2, Visit Las Cruces Update, work session number 21-030, Rochelle Miller Hernandez. I don't see Ms. Miller Hernandez.
She's actually in the
Other room?
councils. Yeah, she'll be here, and she's actually here.
Rochelle, you have your entourage here. Hello, Visit Las Cruces staff. Welcome. Oh, yes. In case people don't know, there's some great merchandise at Visit Las Cruces. T-shirts,
Our water
Water
bottles
bottles.
were beautiful, by the way.
highlighters, masks. Okay, we're just waiting for Rochelle. Yes. Is she on her way? Yes. Okay.
Do we have entertainment in the meantime, or?
Just me? No, I'm just kidding. Any knock-knock jokes? No? Me. Yeah. I was going to ask to do another minute. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, city
Hello.
manager. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I apologize. I have the world's most nervous bladder, so
Oh, I'm
I had to
sorry.
get in there one more time.
Nothing to be nervous about.
Right, I know. Thank
We're
you.
in front of.
Well, we're
good.
just so passionate about tourism, so we've been preparing for this for quite some time, and I just wanted to give you a little backstory on that. So I'm a little disappointed Councilor Vasquez isn't here today, because in 2019, at a presentation by Dr. Griselda Martinez, he said, what's going on with that Visit Las Cruces director's position? And I can't wait till that person comes on board so I can get a marketing tourism update. So on that day, I thought to myself, if I get this job, that's going to be one of my priorities. And then during my interview, I said the same thing, and then I got the job, and then we were all sent home 2 days later for the pandemic. So now, when Ikani came on board, I told him I want to do this, and now that was in January, and now it is July. So we're excited to be here. So thank you very much.
I'm excited to see you and have your entourage here with
Yes,
you.
we brought the entire team
Yes,
today so
very
you could
good.
meet them.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I wanted to start off with who we are as Visit Las Cruces, because there's definitely different interpretations of what Visit Las Cruces does. And I could read our really lengthy mission statement, but I prefer to just keep it simple and easy and remind everyone of our purpose statement in the peak performance that states, "The purpose of Visit Las Cruces, the program, is to provide tourism development and destination marketing services to current and potential overnight travelers so they can come explore, experience, and discover what Las Cruces has to offer." So to this end, we not only want to give every visitor a memorable experience, we strive to make a significant positive economic impact to our community. There are 10 primary areas of focus at Visit Las Cruces. So first of all, many of you have been to our office, and thank you for visiting us, but we are the official visitor center of Las Cruces, and with the closure of the, a few years ago, of the state-run visitor center in Anthony, we are unofficially the visitor center for southern New Mexico. I'd like to introduce Sonia Banuelos right here. Many of you have met her. She is our visitors information specialist and now our acting distribution information specialist. She greets and provides information to thousands of visitors each year, as well as sends out thousands of collateral all over the world. And she is often the first contact people have with our city government, and sometimes the only contact she has with our city government. Thank you, Sonia. Our other areas of focus include special programs, event support and management, conventions and meetings, oversight of the Convention Center Management Company, sports, outdoor recreation, leisure and group travel, special campaigns, and media and marketing. So we actually encompass quite a bit. Keeping that in mind, I'd like to briefly introduce our team. So I've worked for the city for 13 years at Visit Las Cruces. Sonia has been with us 22 years. Leslie Galbadon, who is our administrative assistant and acting communication specialist, 4 years. She could not be here today, but she's been with us 4 years. Veronica Quesada, our sales and services coordinator, has been with the city 14 years. Albert Herrera, our senior sales manager and convention sales manager, 8 years. Ed Carnathan, our sports sales manager, has been with us 16 years, and if you've never met him in person, you've definitely heard his voice, as he is the official voice of the Aggies. And Hillary Dutcher, our outdoor recreation sales manager, has been with the city 8 years, and Paul Dahlgren is our media publications manager. He interned with us, we decided it was 10 years ago, and now has been with us for 3 years. Liz also started as intern with the city. In addition to our staff, there is a CVB advisory board, which comprises of our chair, Anna Barron, with Town Place Suites and Fairfield Inn, Belia Alvarez with Hotel Encanto and Heritage Hotels, Craig Massey with New Mexico Farm and Ranch Heritage Museum, Russell Hernandez with Salud de Mesilla, and Deborah Marks with the NMSU Foundation. So to concentrate on the impact of tourism, I know a couple weeks ago we talked about the impact that COVID had on tourism, but today I wanted to concentrate on how tourism outside of the pandemic affects our community. So tourism generates state and local taxes. So before the pandemic, the tourism industry in Las Cruces was trending for its best year yet. It was the fastest growing job sector in the state, and this slide shows you that not only does it generate state and local taxes that support local businesses, it also supports state and local governments and essential services for our residents without draining those same resources. So in other words, people come to visit and they spend money on lodging, food, retail, leisure, and then they go home, but then hopefully they come back again. And sometimes they even come back and live here. So a person visits a city at least 3 to 4 times before deciding to relocate themselves, their families, and their businesses. And this is something we brought up when we spoke about ARPA a couple weeks ago. So in FY19, before pre-pandemic, Las Cruces generated $2.2 million in lodgers tax revenues and had approximately 783,000 visitors that stayed in lodging facilities. And the reason I changed that to stayed in lodging facilities is because we have many more visitors than that. Those are just the ones we can record through lodgers tax. We have people who come to visit their families and stay. The ones that stayed in the lodging facilities, that equated to an estimated economic impact of $80 million. And 12% of our Las Cruces workforce is dependent on tourism, travel, and hospitality jobs. Another thing that I thought would be important to share with council is our funding source. So with the exception of grants, Visit Las Cruces is solely funded by the lodger's tax, which is a 5% pass-through tax collected each night of stay of 30 days or less at hotels, motels, and short-term rentals. And a minimum of 50% of lodger's tax proceeds must be spent on destination marketing and promotion with the intent to generate overnight stays. And the remaining must be spent on programs, infrastructure, and operations that grow tourism, increase overnight visitation, create jobs, and increase visitors' spending. So it's very important to understand ARPA is giving us an opportunity that we did not have in the past because of the regulations and the rules behind spending lodger's tax. And we have to spend that money within 2 years. In addition, a $2.50 convention center fee is collected for each night's stay up to 15 days, which can only be used for the convention center bond debt. So if there's a shortfall in the bond debt, then we have to take that from lodger's tax. Or excuse me, in the convention center fee collections. So a question that's been asked of us over the past couple weeks is our partnerships within Los, to be successful. We just put a couple, because we didn't have enough room, of all the logos of all the people we work with, not only in our community, but throughout the state and city departments, and actually nationally. So in order for us to be successful, we have to work collaboratively with our partners. So this includes our community partners such as NMSU, our local chambers, Friends of Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks, the Art Council, Spaceport America, and that list goes on and on. But also, we work with our city departments very closely, which includes Park and Recreation, Economic Development, grants. And I started writing them out, and basically we work with every GIS, we work with every department you can think of, which is amazing. But working with our state and regional and national partners is also very important, and that would include our the tourism department, the Restaurant Association, Meeting Planners International, the New Mexico Hospitality Association, and also our destination partners, which is El Paso, TRC, Van Horn, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and others. We actually do work with El Paso, selling our region, because we have our El Paso, Juarez, Las Cruces region in southern New Mexico. And El Paso feels some of the pain we feel. Because since we're down south, sometimes they forget about us, right? Well, El Paso feels that way too in Texas. So we try to work together and remember, make them remember that we're here. So I brought my entire team today because they are the experts in their areas. I encourage full ownership of their markets. And so I will now pass the presentation to Liz Vega to present on special programs and event support.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Liz Vega, Event Manager with Visit Las Cruces. As Rochelle mentioned, I will be speaking to you today about some of our special programs that we're going to be focusing on this coming fiscal year and beyond. I wanted to start with our Arrival to Departure Customer Service Training, also known as A2D. This is a training program that was brought to us a few years ago by the New Mexico Hospitality Association. It consists of two parts: an online learning module that highlights specifics about Las Cruces and customer service best practices, and a more interactive live class. The live class runs about an hour, and it's the chance for Visit Las Cruces staff as facilitators to check in with any questions on the material covered in the online portion, and to focus in on tailored content. And the best part about the course is that we offer it free of charge. In the past year, the live class has included a 20-minute section on space tourism, highlighting Spaceport America and Virgin Galactic. We're also expanding the live class to include outdoor recreation opportunities and itineraries. Over the past 4 years, we have trained 300-plus individuals within our community, including city staff, local volunteer organizations, hospitality partners, and private business. During the pandemic, we quickly pivoted to offer a recorded live class to allow interested parties to continue their learning. This year, we offered live Zoom classes for the New Mexico Farm and Heritage Ranch Museum staff and volunteers, as well as Enchanted Sun Realty Group. It is also a required course for NMSU's Hotel, Restaurant, and Tourism Management program, and we estimate approximately 200 students have completed the A2D class in the last couple years. Our Sales and Services Coordinator, Veronica Quesada, is the lead on this program and is already scheduling the next cohort of community members that will become A2D Visitor Champions. The next program I would like to highlight is Monuments to Main Street. This is a marketing campaign and event calendar for the month of September. We partner with Friends of the Oregon Mountains Desert Peaks and other local outdoor recreation businesses and organizations to gather the wide array of events and experiences that occur in the month of September. We then market them regionally and nationally as a cohesive unit to inspire visitors to add on days to their stay because of the unique experiences and events offered, either free or at low cost. After taking a hiatus in 2020, we're excited to revamp this monumental campaign. Pet travel might surprise you to be listed here, but our research has led us to embrace this travel trend as one that can bring significant hospitality dollars and visitors into our city. In the last 10 years, spending on pets rose over 70%, making it a $103 billion industry in 2020. In previous industry surveys, it's been found that over half of pet owners determine their vacation destinations on pet friendliness. Visit Las Cruces has taken steps to capitalize on this niche travel market by including a pet-friendly page on our new website, as well as including it in our visual assets. We are also in the process of creating pet trails that would cover Las Cruces and day trip areas that include pet-friendly establishments, restaurants, attractions, and lodging. The next special program is Explore to Live, a concept that was initially developed pre-pandemic that we hope to revive in a pilot program this fall and offer twice a year. This campaign is geared towards individuals interested in finding a new community to call home and stopping over in Las Cruces for a long weekend to see if we're the right fit. We hope to tailor the fall experience towards retirees looking for an active community to thrive in, and the spring offering towards young and mid-level professionals looking to take that next step in their career. The long weekend would include a welcome reception where visitors can meet with chamber representatives, realtors, job recruiters, economic development department staff, and other community members. They would have the weekend to explore the city and meet with any professionals to assist with their relocation. We would partner with our hotels to ensure a special rate and also plan this weekend around an existing community celebration, like the Las Cruces Space Festival in spring or the Monuments to Main Street Kickoff Fiesta in the fall. We see this program as a way to capitalize on visitor spending and to assist with workforce development. Moving on to briefly touch upon cannabis events. We know you will be receiving a presentation later this session, but we wanted to make you aware that we are researching best practices when it comes to the resources we can offer to support cannabis events in our community. As we create our framework and plans, we will keep interested parties updated. And lastly, on special programs, I want to talk about tailored conferences and tour group experiences. These pop up from time to time for our larger conferences or even as a regional partnership with conferences or groups visiting El Paso. An example of this is New Mexico Municipal League. Our office assisted in planning and implementing a 5K race and welcome reception for attendees. We look forward to more opportunities like this in the future as a way for our office to be creative and showcase the diverse amenities Las Cruces has to offer. Now on to event support and management. Visit Las Cruces is lucky to partner with local organizers to make their event an experience that has the potential to draw in overnight guests. Some of these types of events are listed here. I really enjoy talking about the Las Cruces Space Festival because of the amazing growth it has had since its inception in 2018. It has collaborators from Spaceport America, White Sands Test Facility, Virgin Galactic, the city, and so many others. And its mission is making space for everyone. This specific event shows so much promise that the State Tourism Department chose it to be one of 13 events from across the state to participate in the pilot program called SERI, Strategic Events Recovery Readiness Initiative. Visit Las Cruces is assisting the volunteer organizers and making the 2022 Las Cruces Space Festival one to remember. So mark your calendars for April 7th through the 10th, 2022. Another event we have supported in its planning and development is Make Music Day. This is an internationally celebrated music program that occurs every June 21st. 2021 was the second year the Las Cruces chapter put together programming for the community. Visit Las Cruces, along with the Doñana Arts Council, Las Cruces Youths, local musicians, interested community members, and the city's Parks and Recreation Department made up the planning committee. This year's event was a great success as we were easing out of COVID restrictions. We were even able to secure sponsorship from a national mariachi instrument manufacturer, H. Jimenez. H. Jimenez sent us a violin and a guitar to give away to the New Mexico Advocates for the Arts, which will be used to instruct a new generation of youth mariachis. Next, we have Spaceport America Cup. Spaceport America Cup is a very unique event that deserves more attention for the huge impact it makes to our community year after year. It's an annual university rocketry competition, and in 2019 brought over 1,400 students from around the America and 20 countries across the world to our community for a week of competition and recruitment. We look forward to continuing the partnership with our friends at Spaceport America to make the 2022 offering the most successful yet, and to ensure that the many students who visit Las Cruces get to experience our great hospitality at restaurants, hotels, and attractions during their stay. The Las Cruces International Film Festival and Baton Memorial Death March are two established events that bring in overnight guests, and also events that Visit Las Cruces has partnered with for years. A specific example of the developing partnership is the Baton March moving its registration pickup from White Sands Missile Range to Las Cruces Convention Center. This allowed us to set up a table and engage with thousands of marchers who participate in this amazing event each year. We were able to supply them with information and souvenirs and encourage them to become repeat visitors at other times during the year. These types of interactions are so important because they allow us to capture contact information and send relevant material to interested parties to keep Las Cruces top of mind when they are looking for vacation spots in the future. There are many more examples of event support and management that Visit Las Cruces has offered and will offer. So stay tuned to our social channels and website for the most up-to-date information on our events and those of our community partners. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Albert Herrera.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. I'm Albert Herrera, Senior Sales Manager for Visit Las Cruces. The primary goal of the sales team is to promote Las Cruces as a desired destination to generate overnight stays and visitor spending. This is done through convention and meetings, sporting events, outdoor recreation, sales and services, leisure and group tours, and familiarization tours, as well as itineraries. Essentially, I like to say we're the storytellers of our city. We are a city rich in history, culture, and hospitality. It is here where convention groups, along with sporting groups and tour groups, can tour the New Mexico Farm and Ranch Heritage Museum, enjoy the sparkling white dunes of White Sands National Park, or visit Spaceport America, where history was just made, all while enjoying any of our 320 days of sunshine. We're the second largest convention city in the state, offering roughly about 3,200 sleeping rooms and over 128,000 square feet of flexible event space, which includes the recently expanded Las Cruces Convention Center. Convention meeting attendees generate more lodging, tax, and GRT per person when compared to other overnight visitors to our city. Some past success include conferences such as EduCon, a meeting planner educational conference that we hosted and left with over 400 pounds of green chili. 400 pounds of green chili. Now, Liz just spoke, but Liz was our sales and service coordinator. So when the conference started, Liz and I worked diligently to put this together. We planned every minute to minute of where they were eating, where they were sitting, and where they were going. And last minute, somebody goes, "Oh, what about green chili?" So here we go. Liz steps up, takes orders. 400 pounds later, we are stuffing that tour bus underneath and sending them home with the aroma of the Southwest, green chili. So true story. We do have pictures. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find it to put it on here in time, but true story. Another amazing conference that we had was the Hispanic Pastoral Musicians Regional Conference. This was a partnership through the Las Cruces Catholic Diocese. With that, by hosting that conference here in Las Cruces, that led to New Mexico hosting the national conference. Now, unfortunately, Las Cruces was too small to host a national conference. However, I still like to consider it a win as it came to New Mexico. And lastly, the last conference I'd like to mention is the Society of American Travel Writers National Conference, a conference where Las Cruces gained tremendous amount of exposure. I'll go back into that conference here shortly. We as a sales staff work hard to perfect our craft, informing potential clients what Las Cruces has to offer through the power of storytelling. We are the liaison to the city. When we travel out, we like to tell exactly what Las Cruces is all about. We are not San Francisco. We are not large cities which have a major attraction. We are off the beaten path, and we're okay with that. It's our job to make sure to let them know what we do have to offer. We are consistently networking with organizations, event directors, meeting planners, and key potential influencers to inform them on Las Cruces. Ways of reaching potential clients that have proven to be productive are attending trade shows, quarterly newsletters, mailing campaigns, along with familiarization tours. We have a proven success rate on capturing the business when hosting a FAM tour. FAM tours are essentially our tours whenever we invite clientele to possibly come to Las Cruces and show them what Las Cruces is all about. As mentioned, we don't have those major destination travel attractions, right? Once we can get them to Las Cruces, we can capture it. I know we can. Our track record for that is proven. Every single person that I've ever brought out for a familiarization tour has booked Las Cruces. There has only been one that hasn't, and that was due to pandemic. And that conference was a conference that happened every 4 years, so now we have to wait 8 years to possibly get that. So the next 4 years, we'll work to possibly get that one back. Once clients agree to come to a hosted visit to Las Cruces, they fall in love with our area. Many of the past success conference all attended a familiarization tour. Partnerships and relationships play a key factor in finding business amongst our industry. Going back to the American Society of Travel Writers National Conference, that was a collaboration between El Paso and Las Cruces. Visit Las Cruces received the RFP. We looked it over as a team and said, you know what, this would be amazing for our region. However, we are too small. Instead of just letting the bid go to the side and just resting it and say, you know what, telling the event organizer, thank you, but no thank you, we reached out to Visit El Paso and said, you know what, we have an opportunity that we can work together, and therefore we would love to help you put this together. There's one component in there that we love to have, which would be the board meeting. The board meeting was 3 days of a meeting with 25 people, 3 days prior to the conference. El Paso looked at it, said this would be great for us. They put the bid together, submitted it, and they won the national conference. Through that, the exposure that happened within our region, not only in El Paso, Las Cruces, Mesilla, Ruidoso, all the way up to Santa Fe and Albuquerque, was huge. We had over 300 travel writers up in our area. They fell in love with our area. That includes our entire region. Ms. Veronica Casada, our current sales and service coordinator, worked diligently hard to help me plan that 3-day meeting. I mean, we had them anywhere going to RAD's Retrocade, playing games, to going over to the Chili Pepper Institute and taking a look at the different types of chili that were put together, as well as organizing transportation to and from every single place that we had. So they had an amazing time. We not only solicit conventions, as well as the other markets, we also assist them from planning, from the very beginning planning process to designing agendas and tour itineraries. We are the local liaison professionals that help enhance their time in Las Cruces. According to the Meeting Planners International Outlook 2021 edition, the convention industry shows that meetings will not be back to normal until the year of 2023. June of 2020 for Las Cruces was scheduled to be a highlighted month for conventions in Las Cruces. The majority of those conferences have rebooked into the years of 22, 23, and 2025. Coming up in the future, I will be attending a few key industry trade shows at the end of August and September, and will be able to once again be in front of meeting planners and key planners to promote Las Cruces as a convention city. I will be looking forward to those conferences and conventions that we feel would be a right fit for Las Cruces. Thank you for your time. I'd like to turn it over to Ed Carnington to speak about the sports industry market. Right quick, the sports market brings in the most participants of all the areas of our focus.
Thank you, Albert. Welcome, Ed, the voice of Aggies.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, City Manager. I'm Ed Carnathan. I'm the Sports Sales Manager for Visit Las Cruces. So to talk about what we do with sports day in and day out, first we'll talk about what I like to call the end game. What is our purpose, right? Just like Albert and just like our tourism associates, we're trying to find events that we can bring to town. It's going to bring people from outside the area to come in and participate in an event or to spectate an event. And that brings us to the two different kind of events. So player participant events and spectator events. A player participant event would be any kind of the baseball, softball tournaments, soccer events that we have in town where the participants outnumber the spectators. And then there's spectator events where obviously the spectators will outnumber the participants. So a good example of the player participant event would be the whole enchilada softball tournament that we have each and every year. It's a great event, and the participants outnumber the spectators. And then for the spectator events, like anytime New Mexico State plays UTEP in football, and the stands are full. There's more spectators than there are participants for the event. So those are basically the two type of events that we're always looking out for and trying to find matches. So we have a great list of sports facilities that we have here in Las Cruces, and we try to make matches with what they're looking for. If they need 12 baseball fields, we have 12 baseball fields. If they need 7 soccer fields, we have 7 soccer fields. So we're trying to make those matches on a daily basis. Teammates. You don't have a great team without teammates. And we have some outstanding teammates to help us bring in these sporting events each and every day. Our number one teammate is the City of Las Cruces Parks Department, Parks and Rec. They do an outstanding job with our fields here in Las Cruces. They keep them tip-top shape. We're very excited about the upgrades and the new additions that are going to be coming online here in the next several years. Another great teammate of ours is Las Cruces Public Schools. They have a lot of great facilities as well, and they help us each and every time with trying to line up those facilities. Also, New Mexico State University with the athletic department over there and the great facilities that New Mexico State has as well. And then our local leagues. We have a whole bunch of different local leagues here in town for adults, slow pitch softball, girls, fast pitch leagues, youth baseball, youth soccer. We have all kinds of great leagues, and those leagues are our partners as well. Probably 90% of the events that we look at throughout the year, you have to have a local contact. You have to have somebody online. A good example of that is, the Little League Baseball Championship. We're not able to go and look at Little League because our local league is not affiliated with Little League. So we have to look at events where our local people are affiliated with, because we need their help to try to bring them in. New Mexico Activities Association for all the high school sport championships that go on throughout the year. They're a great partner as well. Talk about real quick about last season, past seasons. We've had some great events here in Las Cruces over the years. American Junior Golf Association. We've had the Biggest Loser Run Walk here for 2 years. We were able to get with them and bring them to town. Also, the U.S. Arm Wrestling National Championship, we've had that in the past year. USA BMX, USA Softball, which used to be called ASA Softball, now it's all USA Softball. We've had them for many tournaments. And then one time, a great event, we had the USA Softball Olympic team come to town, and they played the New Mexico State team, and we had a ton of people. We had the turnaway people at the gates. If you saw last night, USA Softball defeated Japan, and they're going to be the #1 seed for the tournament part of the event, but it was great when they were here. We have a good partner with USSSA, which stands for United States Specialty Sports Association, and we do a lot of business with them. Slow pitch softball, youth baseball, girls fast pitch. We do a tremendous amount of events with them. We started to build the Global World Series Back in 2012 was the first year we had it, and we've been doing it ever since with them as well. Super NIT baseball, girls fast pitch NIT. We've had fast pitch World Series here in town throughout the years. The Western Athletic Conference, which New Mexico State is a part of. We've had many of their championships here. It's very exciting back in the day when we had the WAC basketball championship, and we had Fresno State, Hawaii, Utah State, Nevada, Reno, all those different teams and all their fans made their way to Las Cruces for that championship, and it was a great event, and we'd love to have that back in town once again. We also have the softball championship through the WAC, cross-country, tennis, volleyball, and golf. We've had all those events through the WAC throughout the years. Now, what are we looking for in the future? What's on deck? We have New Mexico's Senior Olympics that's going to be coming to town, and that's going to start. It was supposed to start this past summer, but obviously we couldn't do it, so they're going to be back in 2022, and we'll have them for 3 straight years, and then with an option to sign on for more after that. Just recently put in a bid for USA BMX to have one of their national series races here next summer. And of course, I talked earlier about our new facilities with the Go Bond. It's going to be great when those come online. We're going to have extra baseball and softball fields. We're going to have extra soccer fields with that. And that's going to help us to increase our team counts on the events that we have already, and then looking forward to going after some big events with other associations as well. And now I'm going to turn it over to our outdoor rec manager, Hillary Dutcher.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, good afternoon. My name is Hillary Dutcher, and I'm the Outdoor Recreation Sales Manager for Visit Las Cruces. So my position is a collaboration between Visit Las Cruces and the Economic Development Department with the goal of growing outdoor recreation as an economic sector. And we do that in a couple different ways. So first, by increasing outdoor recreation tourism, and then by supporting established outdoor recreation businesses and encouraging the creation of new outdoor recreation businesses. So one of the things that we've been working on currently toward this end is marketing research. Visit Las Cruces and Economic Development have partnered to contract with a marketing firm, and we're currently with them on working with that marketing firm on a research study to gather data that will help us to develop a marketing plan specifically for outdoor recreation that speaks to the community and to visitors. I also work closely with Economic Development to support the Arrowhead Center's application for the Outdoor Recreation Incubator and Accelerator Grant that was offered by the state's Outdoor Rec Division. So I just helped to secure some letters of support for the application. And then after the grant was awarded to the Arrowhead Center, I worked to inform people about the program and encourage them to apply. This program is currently going on right now with 10 participants chosen out of 21 applicants. And I actually had the pleasure of speaking with the class this morning just to tell them about Visit Las Cruces and what I do and how we can potentially work together going forward. And then in the future, this will be the framework for some other initiatives that Rochelle is going to talk about in just a few minutes. So like I mentioned in the last slide, one of my goals is to increase outdoor recreation tourism. And broadly speaking, I do this through marketing and sales efforts, supporting established events, encouraging new events, and supporting the creation of amenities that can increase outdoor recreation. So one of the most important aspects of what I do is networking. So I've been reaching out to the community and made many partnerships and have created a lot of contacts that can assist tour operators and keep me on top of what's going on in the community. And then I do my best to assist them in return by connecting them with other partners and informing them about anything that could be useful to them in their business or entity, like potential funding opportunities. I'm also networking outside of our community, particularly in the southern region of the state. This is just another way for me to stay on top of trends, learn about what's going on in other communities, and just giving me information about what types of outdoor rec are available throughout the southern part of the state. Like I think Liz mentioned, we also help support events and promote events that are going on. These are locally created events. So prior to the pandemic, Visit Las Cruces helped to promote the Southern Sierra Vista Trail Run, which we've done before in the past, but this was the first one we've done it under the outdoor recreation umbrella rather than under the sports. There are a couple of other events created by the community that are on the horizon, and I'd love to tell you about them, but they're not my events, so I don't want to announce them, but I think you'll be hearing about them very soon. And then there's some potential for additional events, and I'm just keeping in touch with partners, just being ready for when they're prepared to proceed and to see how we can help them at that time. So in addition to promoting those events through traditional marketing techniques, I can share information about them at conferences and trade shows. So last year, obviously, all the trade shows were virtual, but they were still very informative. This year's in-person conferences will allow me to meet one-on-one with tour operators and planners whose needs fit what we have to offer. And they also provide me with the opportunity to learn best practices from peers and, again, keep me on top of industry trends. Last year, we advertised at New Mexico's Outdoor Economics Conference, which was virtual. This year, we'll be advertising again, and we'll be attending the in-person event and encouraging lots of partners to attend as well. So we have a great Las Cruces showing. During the COVID-19 pandemic, outdoor rec was our main marketing focus, and we'll be expanding on those efforts going forward. Paul's going to give you a lot more detailed information about that shortly. But on my part, I focus on keeping our website updated with provider information, so if people were looking for a particular business or outdoor rec opportunity, they could find it easily on our website, and they could also find where to go. A lot of people don't know how to find our trailheads and things like that, so just giving people information so they can stay safe and get out there. I've also been working with Liz and the Friends of the OMDP Monument to put together monuments to Main Street this year, and then also working with Paul on a regional marketing initiative. So we're collaborating with Silver City, Sierra County, Carlsbad, Alamogordo, just to create some regional, expand on those regional partnerships and create some, presence in the Southwest when it comes to tourism marketing. So now I'm going to hand you back over to Rochelle, who's going to tell you about space tourism.
Mayor, councilors, or Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, Rochelle Miller Hernandez for the record. So space tourism is a big thing right now. But I wanted to bring up that space tourism has actually been centuries in the making for Las Cruces. And our team has promoted space tourism for a very long time, but now Las Cruces is in the forefront. Since our history of space in our area and our state is long and vast, it gives us a lot of assets that we can promote for our city. And before this historic launch on July 11th, Spaceport America had already paved the way by building this advanced technological corridor that currently houses multiple companies that people don't realize are there. And many of these have performed successful vertical launches and have brought innovative technology to our area. And I can't share the details, but Spin Launch, if you've seen Spin Launch out there, which is amazing, will have some very exciting news to us, and we'll bring even more attention to Las Cruces. So with that in mind, our space tourism campaign to capitalize on this valuable asset is constantly evolving and involves several integral parts because, I started with the city 13 years ago, and the big thing was Spaceport America and the Convention Center. It was built, and Branson is finally launched, so this is an exciting time. Part of this is brand recognition, and you've seen our banners that say Las Cruces is a place for space. We're doing a whole update on that Paul is going to share with you on that. But it's also going to not only capitalize on Las Cruces as the place for space, but Las Cruces is the place for outdoor, cuisine, and culture, because we do offer all those things and many more. When you think about space and even cannabis tourism that we'll be working on, people know that Richard Branson has flown out of Las Cruces, and people will know when cannabis, that they can use cannabis here recreationally. They'll know New Mexico offers that. What we have to do as Visit Las Cruces is remind them to come and partake in those activities in our city. So our marketing is very multifaceted. So we plan on capitalizing on the future launches by Virgin Galactic and many other companies. As I mentioned, while the Virgin Galactic Branson launch had a significant economic impact on our community, it was only one of many launches to come. And that where, Councilor Bencomo, you asked about the carryover. That's why we decided that those funds needed to be used for more than one launch. They needed to be used for the many launches to come, so that our community can capitalize it on the most they can. In fact, Virgin Galactic plans on having eventually 400 launches a year. But something that we have to remember is they still have a couple test flights to go, so we're not quite there yet. But something exciting to share is the Italian Air Force test flight is scheduled for later this year, and that will again bring a lot of press to our area. Paul is going to explain in the media marketing part of this presentation how we will take advantage of these opportunities. So I'm trying to give you a little bit of notice so you can start working on your Italian also, because they'll be here soon. It's also important to remember that Spaceport America is home to several other companies that do and will continue to contribute to our workforce economy. And in fact, Spin Launch was quoted as choosing Spaceport America because it was very inviting to small startup companies and did not create hurdles like the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And that's something we need to consider and think about as we come up with our economic development, business development, workforce development in this area. They did not have to overcome all the obstacles that they had to at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, something we have to keep at top of mind. As I mentioned again, Paul will be mentioning how we integrate space tourism into our existing efforts, our future marketing, and our advertising efforts. And this includes travel writers. As City Manager Peely mentioned, and I have to make a correction here, and it's my fault for not conveying it, but we had 2.5 billion impressions on the spaceport launch and the word Las Cruces. So not 2.5 million, 2.5 billion. That's huge. And a lot of that had to do with work that our team, our PR firm, I'm not going to take a huge amount of credit of that because we did have Richard Branson in the launch, but we invited several travel writers, and when they were here, they wanted to know, well, what do we do while we're here? The launch is over. And our team took them out on tours, and then we have several articles and magazine features and so forth about Las Cruces. I was fortunate when I went to the launch. I somehow got in the middle of all the future astronauts. I found this spot that I wasn't going to give up because it was like beautiful. I stood there for 2 hours because I was like, I can see everything. And next thing I turn around and I am among all these future astronauts and they're asking me, Rochelle, what is there to do in this area? And I'm talking about green chili and white sands and night sky photography. And they're telling me, I can't wait till we come back again and we're going to call you and you're going to tell us about these great things that we're going to do. So these people come to our city many times, so it's great. The other thing that a lot of people don't think about is our sales team that Albert was talking about. There's so much more to it than just the tourism side in terms of there's also conventions and events. So our sales team targets and supports space-related conventions and events such as the American Technical Association Conference. We've had the Astronomical Society have their national conference here. As Liz mentioned, the Spaceport America Cup. And then we have tour groups that are interested in the space history, our space trail. This includes student education tours. This is where going to those conferences and those trade shows play a big part, promoting promoting spaceport, space history, and so forth. We already strategically made an agreement with Final Frontiers, which is the official tour operator for Spaceport America, and that's the only way people can get out there. You can't just drive up and drive in. You have to go through the tour company. So we have an agreement with them where they start their tours in our visitor center. And that was strategic because we wanted people to come and not only go on the tour, but say, hey, I'm here from New Zealand. What else can I do while I'm here in Las Cruces? And stay a few more nights maybe. And we're also now working with, we're looking into a space tour depot in our city. As many of you are aware who were on council before, or at least were up to speed on the development of Spaceport America, they originally, Las Cruces, put in a bid for the official visitors center. And then at one time it was going to go to Hatch, and then it ended up in TRC. Well, now they want a tour depot possibly in Las Cruces. So my team is working with them to look at possibilities on that as well. And this will give us another outlet for information on things to see and do in Las Cruces. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention, through the ARPA funds, we can take that framework of the Biz Sprint that Hillary spoke on through Arrowhead to talk about and teach our residents on how to recognize and develop business opportunities and growth for this industry. Lastly, I have on here, success equals collaboration of efforts. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because in order for our city to fully capitalize on space-related opportunities, it will take a collaboration of efforts between multiple city departments and community partners. These opportunities will not only include areas of tourism and travel, but also in technology, research, supply chains, manufacturing, business, and workforce development. And the ultimate goal is economic prosperity for Southern New Mexico. So it was very exciting for me to hear the support of City Manager Peely during your report to City Council last week on the future economic development of Las Cruces. So with that, I will pass this to Paul, who's going to do the final part of our presentation. Very important part, our media, marketing, and advertising initiatives, and how space campaigns and cannabis tourism plays into that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Rochelle. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager. Let's see, I'll go forward. So for the record, I am Paul Dahlgren, the Media Publications Manager for Visit Las Cruces. And since last year was vastly different than all previous years for the tourism and hospitality industry, I kind of wanted to go over a little bit of just what we actually do within my department, within Visit Las Cruces, how we adapted to the pandemic, and then some of the programs and initiatives we put in place to help support local businesses. So my department is probably the most diverse within Visit Las Cruces. When I say we handle marketing, that means everything from advertising to marketing materials to photography, videography, website design and maintenance, event marketing support, partnerships, and we actually handle visitor center safety and security, as well as mailing and logistics for Visit Las Cruces. So we cover a broad range of things, and we also handle all of Visit Las Cruces' social media channels, which includes Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Since we cover so many different areas, it's important to note that my department, more so than other sections within Visit Las Cruces, we have to adapt very quickly to not only changes in the industry, but also changes in the broader advertising industry, changes to technology, and even changes to the news cycle. All of those things impact the work we do. Because whether it's on the marketing side or the PR side, there's sort of ancillary effects that happen along the way. And so the pandemic was actually a good example of how we were able to adapt and pivot what we were doing in terms of marketing quickly for the benefit of local businesses and to really keep tourism going to the extent that we could. So when the first
when the pandemic first hit, one of the first things we did is really shift to a regional marketing campaign. So that really focused on markets that were within driving distance, because we couldn't really market out of state given the quarantine requirements. We really focused on people in Albuquerque, a lot of the areas surrounding that could still travel within the state. And we actually did that through two campaigns. One was called We'll Keep Our Soul, sun in Spanish, shining for you. And then the other one was our Safe Open Spaces campaign. And both of those really leveraged one of our biggest assets, which is outdoor recreation, touting the idea that people could still travel and spread out and safely still enjoy a vacation in the midst of everything. So another thing, we actually did that through a PR campaign, an advertising campaign, and that included billboards, TV spots, print ads, and digital ads up in northern New Mexico. We also did a virtual scenic drive series for people who couldn't visit. We had a feature in Food and Travel magazine's Safest Places to Travel edition, and of course we had ongoing pitches to journalists, influencers, and travel writers. So another thing we did when the pandemic hit is we really emphasized the idea of safety. And so within our office, we produced the Wearing is Caring posters that I'm sure many of you saw around town. We produced those in both English and Spanish for businesses to use. We were also the lead on developing the Las Cruces Safe Promise logo. We developed a COVID-19 resource page for visitors and for locals, just to understand the implications of what the latest public health order was. And we also promoted the New Mexico Safe Certified program. Along with all of that, we also had to shoot new imagery, both with video and photos, to really adapt to the situation at hand. So people at the time were expecting to see ads with people wearing masks. Obviously, we didn't have anything like that in our archive, so we had to pivot really quickly and develop those materials really quickly. So another shift we made in our program was focusing on shop local initiatives. So I'm sure some of you saw the downtown billboards we produced. That was done through my office with the goal of really, because we're at the crossroads of I-10 and 25, the goal was to really drive people to, let's say, the relative center of the city to increase the likelihood they would stay overnight, and also for locals, increase the likelihood they would continue to shop and dine locally, support those local businesses. So all of those initiatives were also developed in collaboration with the Economic Development Department, and we continue to work closely with them to help with recovery efforts from the pandemic. So these recovery efforts have included several other initiatives. One of the things we've continued to do since the pandemic hit was cultivate local and regional partnerships. The goal with that was to really shift as much money as we could while still adhering to lodgers tax funding requirements, but to try and keep as much money as we could within the community. And as part of that, as a result of that, we're currently working with 10 different local vendors, including only local companies which have been used to produce all of our recent photography and videography assets. We've also collaborated with regional travel writers and influencers, and coordinated with the state tourism department to bring in consistent earned media. Lots of people, obviously, even with the Virgin Galactic launch came through, a huge number of journalists came through. So anytime we have people coming through, we try and capitalize, get them to maybe extend a couple of days past their initial assignment just to potentially develop other pitches and get to see what Las Cruces is about. So another major initiative we're working on is a new website. The goal of that would to really be make it more mobile friendly, and another key aspect of that is to actually develop a Spanish language version of that to increase accessibility for both tourists and also locals. And those changes to the website would also mirror things we're trying to do with our printed marketing materials. So, and as we continue to update website and marketing materials, we'll continue working with local companies to produce new assets to really fill those out. So on that note, I'll show you some of the examples of the media we've developed over the past year. We've been working with three different local photographers and 2 videography firms, as well as the New Mexico Tourism Department. The first video is a general tourism video, and the second is an outdoor recreation safety video that we actually developed in partnership with the BLM and Friends of the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks. And if you'll note, in the outdoor rec video, we actually did everything entirely with Spanish subtitles to make the information accessible to locals as well, and visitors.
Las Cruces is known as the land of enchantment for good reason. There's something magical about open spaces, clear blue skies, and breathtaking views. Experience a world of possibilities as you trek through wide open spaces and otherworldly landscapes. Explore miles of hiking, biking, horseback, and UTV trails, national monuments, national parks, and exciting outdoor adventures. Experience our history, our culture, our art, our people, and our award-winning food and drinks. Las Cruces is a colorful city with vast blue skies, vibrant pink sunsets, and majestic purple mountains. Or maybe you prefer red or green. Discover New Mexico like you've never seen it before. We do things a bit differently down here, and we know that you'll love it. Explore, experience, discover. Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Okay, and the next one I'll show you is the outdoor safety video we produced. And both of these were done by NMCO. Discover the magic of Las Cruces. As the second largest city in New Mexico, the area offers a variety of trails for hikers of all abilities. Since the desert here is such a unique place, before stepping out to explore all that Las Cruces has to offer, it's important to follow these safety tips to ensure your next adventure is a great one.
One thing that people don't consider when they come out on a hike or biking is to carry a first aid kit. They're small and handy, you can put them in your pack, and it will definitely help you in a situation from a fall or a scrape or even from a cactus needle. One of the most essential things you should bring with you is water. For every hour that you're out recreating in the desert, particularly in the heat, you should have a minimal of 16 ounces, just a 16-ounce bottle, or a liter. The weather in this area can be very unpredictable. In the summer, we have the heat, but we also have thunderstorms that can come in at any time during the day and in the early evening. So it's important to be aware of the weather conditions before you head out and also carry the appropriate gear and clothing to handle it. Another important tool you can carry with you on your cell phone is to actually have an app for weather and for trail maps. Know your physical condition for coming out, making sure that you're rested, you're hydrated, and also that you know the environment that you're hiking in. There are apps available that have all the trails, so those are great so that you have an idea before you go out what type of terrain and environment that you're about to hike. People enjoy coming out to the desert to hike and to bike for solitude. But when you come out by yourself, it's important to make sure that you let someone know where you're going and how long you're going to be out and when you expect to return.
For more information on all of the wonderful, safe, open spaces in Las Cruces and the surrounding areas, contact the local Bureau of Land Management or check out visitlascruces.com. Cool. And so the real goal of that was we were hearing about, during the pandemic, we were hearing about a higher incidence of people getting stranded out there, having to require search and rescue. So part of that came out of a discussion that we had. What can we do to actually help people understand what they need to be safe when they're hiking? So here's an example of some of the photography we've produced and licensed during the pandemic. Again, all of these we've only worked with local photographers and videographers as of late, and we use those for both advertising and for editorials. So as travel writers, influencers, as they write about us, sometimes they need photography to go along with the story. And if we have all of that queued up, obviously it makes our life a lot easier to just be able to send them really nice, high quality photos. So in the top left, the food photo, we're working with a firm called Palomora. They've been updating a lot of our food and dining photos. And beneath that is a photo produced by the New Mexico Tourism Department. That was part of a support program they launched that we were awarded. And our very own senior sales manager, Albert Herrera, and his godson are featured in that wearing masks with the backdrop of the Organs, and that is out at Prehistoric Trackways. The next photo, right in the middle, you'll see with the Danya Anna Arch, was a photographer we're working with named Will Gard. We've licensed some of the photos he's actually shot throughout the area. The photo beneath that was another food and dining photo Palomora shot at Salud. And then off to the right was a photo shoot we arranged for Will at Spaceport America that had a beautiful backdrop of the Milky Way. And actually, Will is one of the photographers we're working with to kind of develop a night sky photography tour in the grand scheme of things. So when Rochelle talked about space tourism, there's obviously a broader audience for your everyday families, things like that, more so than just some of the astronauts coming with their friends and family. Okay, so here you have an example of some of the banners that are right now they're along the Loman and Amador corridor. The ones currently up only focus on space, and really the update we're wanting to do with those designs really highlight the different areas of interest within Las Cruces. So this is a good example of how we market different areas of interest simultaneously. So when we talk about cannabis marketing, when we talk about space tourism, all of it essentially works in tandem with the marketing and PR efforts we do to market Las Cruces as a whole, leveraging all of the assets in these different areas of interest that may or may not appeal to different travelers, different journalists. And these were all of these, the designs for these were actually created by our amazingly talented admin assistant, Leslie Gabaldon. So she produced those, and yeah, it's just a good understanding of how we market these different areas of interest. So what's next? In terms of marketing, we're planning to continue building on the strong regional campaign we developed during the pandemic, and then selectively market to areas we know where we have historically performed well in terms of overnight visitation. And we're working with a company currently to get that data. We previously haven't had that data. But in order to really capitalize on some of the markets that are larger and really difficult to dip into without extensive marketing budgets, the goal is we're going to use data sources to make informed decisions about where to put our marketing dollars. And that's just one example of some of the new technology we're using, which also includes our new virtual itinerary planning software and our 360-degree virtual tour software. We're continuing to strengthen partnerships with local vendors, organizations, and businesses, and also leveraging state funding. So within the past year alone, we've earned a little over $200,000 in state funding and support programs that they've provided to us. So that's a huge boost to our marketing budget. In addition, we'll continue to grow our Shop Local initiatives and drive recovery efforts, making our information more accessible by offering those multi-language formats for our marketing materials. And another key thing that really helps is informing locals. Once people locally know what there is to do here, they become our biggest ambassadors as they bring friends and family and as they're traveling. So the more informed you have, the more informed everyone is here locally, the better they are to promote tourism for us. And then finally, also to leverage on new areas of interest. So cannabis, and it isn't so much new, but space tourism obviously has a renewed interest. So both of those areas are areas we're continuing to research best practices so we can really build a comprehensive marketing strategy to put behind it that also adheres to local, state, and federal law and regulations. And with that, we'll stand for questions.
Thank you so much, Paul. Councillor Sorg, Councillor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I'm very impressed with all that. There's a lot of information, and I see you're well organized, and this is important because this is a direct way we bring more money into Las Cruces. It isn't secondary as primary money that comes when people come here and spend their money on all the things that we have. I had just some suggestions. Once upon a time, we had an awesome salsa festival. That would be nice to bring back, just saying. And then, once upon a time, we had a balloon festival, hot air balloon festival. That would be nice to have too. So I just brought those two suggestions, but here's a big one. And I've shared this before, but I don't think I've shared it with all you all. When I first came here, I was so impressed with the weather, and because I come from a rather small market of people, this seemed to just stand out because I like sports, and this is for Ed. The NCAA has national championships in different levels of their football programs. Going from the NAIA level schools to Division 2, 3, 2, 1, and one called FCS. That's a football championship series. Now these are smaller schools. They aren't like Alabama and Ohio State and our own New Mexico State University. They have an actual, so does the Bowl Series too, a playoff for a championship game. And they pick a city somewhere in the country to have their championship games. And so I've seen them being played in places that in January, of course that's when it almost has to happen, lousy places to play, cold and wet and disgusting. When we have the best weather here for a football game, it's perfect for that. And so I approached the Convention and Visitors Bureau when I was first on the council, asking them to look into that, see if what we could do, and it just kind of died. And one of the reasons later on I found out is that we just don't have a good place for it, meaning that obvious place is the Memorial Football Stadium on the university. And I was told by the, his name is about to come to my mind, the athletic director, that it's tough for them to do that because at the time they had a grass field and they needed an artificial field. Well, guess what? We have an artificial field now. So maybe the barriers to have something like this are gone. But this would bring huge money, especially if we can get that FCS level here. That's where the little bigger schools, like North Dakota State University, University of Montana, and so on and so forth. So that's a suggestion. And finally, I would like to know if we could get more of your information out to the public by using our PIO. It seems like it used to be, before the pandemic, there was several PIOs talking about the activities that's going on in the city here. And I'd like to share that with my constituents and anybody else, really. And last but not least, you're right. People just don't know about us. Recently, I did a hike to Picacho Peak and ran into 4, maybe 5 people there from Connecticut. And I said, how in the heck did you find us here and get to Picacho Peak? And they said, well, we visited northern New Mexico last year. We just had to see what southern New Mexico had to offer. And so I'm assuming they went to a lot of different places like White Sands and Dripping Springs and so forth. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorg. Okay, next, Councilor Flores. Okay, Councilor Abate-Stuvey. Councilor Flores is yielding to you. Councilor Abate-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Councilor Flores. I appreciate that. Thank you, Rochelle, and for your whole team. It was a wonderful presentation, very thorough. We can tell your passion and your expertise for all of this, so it's quite amazing. To be honest, I actually have a ton of questions, but we have a full lineup still for the rest of the day, so I'd love to be able to circle back with you all about a few things, mostly on how we can best leverage our positions to help market as well. But with that in mind, the few that I do want to ask right now do work with our sports sales and looking at how we are working with our Parks and Recs, and as we think about these GO bonds and perhaps a next issuance of what are those gaps that we have on what people are looking for here so that we can attract the appropriate level of events here. It sounds like there's perhaps limitations with national events, and I'm assuming that's with hotel capacity, perhaps, but anything that you have to provide, I'd love to hear.
Absolutely. Ed Carnathan, Sports Sales Manager for Visit Las Cruces. The national level events are always a tough cookie to crack because a lot of them, there's an initial investment that you got to make to bring that event to town. And of course, here in Las Cruces, in our budget that we have to work with is not as much as maybe Dallas, Texas is, or Phoenix, Arizona. But we do have, we have great facilities that could rival some of those as well. But we kind of fall short when it comes to funding sometimes.
Okay. What are the most requested or sought after, I think, sports industries that are coming to you all looking for events or venues?
Well, we have 11 baseball, softball fields all in one location on Hadley Avenue, our Hadley Athletic Complex. And let's just give you an example. It's 11 fields all in one spot, right? Phoenix doesn't have 11 fields all in one spot. You got to go to one complex on this side of town, then you got to drive a half an hour to go to the other complex, and then another 30 minutes to go to another complex. So that's I like to say our crown jewel for baseball and softball events, and we've always excelled in baseball and softball events since I've been here and even before then. But we have some great events, and definitely with the upgrade from the Go Bond, we're going to have a couple of more fields to add to the inventory, and also all the upgrades that they've done on the Hadley with the lights, the brand new lights, and it's definitely a great thing.
Fantastic, thank you. As we move forward, I think for us to think about, I know how important it is to have as many fields available in that one location. I used to be a soccer mom that used to have to travel all over. And so as we think about improvements for perhaps Go Bonds or different events, I think we should really consider having more complexes that have the same type of field available in the place so that we can attract these types of events more. I think it could be very beneficial. With that in mind, like I said, I have a ton of other questions. I'd love to get back with you, but just very well done. And our community, I think the The biggest question I always get asked is, what is there to do? And in fact, I ran over to your department to grab as many pamphlets and flyers. I was invited to a neighborhood for just their meeting, and everybody had commented before I got there that they had grandparents coming in for the summer and people were starting to travel. So I grabbed as many of those as I could and delivered them to that little neighborhood just so that they could pass it out and we can just start spreading the word in different ways. So other communities have really great events that you are known for. Councilor Sorg just mentioned the Balloon Fiesta. You know, Santa Fe has Zozobra. We can have our own events and hopefully have that sort of recognition and support as well. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilor. And to both your and Councilor Sorg's comment, we just had a brainstorm session amongst our team trying to think of a great signature event, and Salsa Fest and the Balloon Fiesta and things like that have come together. And before the pandemic, I believe you may recall, we talked about a Las Cruces City Fest. We were still developing it, we still are, but we wanted to concentrate on those four things that we talked about, not only outdoor space, but our cultural history, cuisine, all the things that we have to offer. So we are working on that. This year would not be the best year to do that. Something to be very successful needs time to be planned correctly. So thank you for those comments. It makes us feel good about what we do. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. Councilor Flores.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and thank you all for presenting. It was wonderful walking into that room and being barraged with all of you. And I wanted to stay there. It seemed like it was more fun. No, not really. No, not really. No. But seriously, I want to thank you so much. And in terms of the cannabis and the outer space promotion, you know, advertise it as exploring inner space and outer space. I mean, yeah.
I shared with Ikani 3, ways to get high in Las Cruces, We've got space, the mountains, and
then we have the balloon festival, so I'll
yes,
really,
there you go, even
up
another
and
one.
away.
Yes,
but
many ways.
But
yes.
seriously, I mean, something to consider. But do you, you mentioned, Rochelle, that there would be transportation to maybe Spaceport from Las Cruces. And I was wondering, one of the best telescopes for viewing the Milky Way is at Leesburg Park. And yeah, in the world. In the world.
And those are the things we want to share, Counselor, with the world.
Wonderful.
Yes.
And so if you could promote that, and then when the Italians come,
right,
and maybe Mayor Pro Tem Gandara can maybe get one of her grandparents to tutor us in Italian. But seriously, I think it's very important to have those materials, multilingual materials, and it'd be great if we can have maybe some NMSU students be, I don't know how many departments there are, how many language departments there are at NMSU, but someone who speaks Spanish could easily go into the Italian. There's so many similarities. Yes. And then there's some of those cognizant, I mean, they look alike, but they're not, so you can really make a big mistake. Oh, yeah, what? And then all of a sudden it's really a horrible word in either language. But if we could have that, or have this, not a tour guide, but maybe a welcoming, and to show also the diversity and show off our university and our students, and just get everybody involved. And that could happen on the way, well, depending on who's here. So also, the thing that I'm really, really begging the powers that be here in the city, and something we are the right. We make decisions as to how money is spent, and maybe that's where the power is. But other than that, I mean, I'm sorry, but Yes, policy. The policy should be that we are not a retirement community. I mean, you mentioned, Rochelle, that it takes several visits before someone decides to come to retire here. And, we're looking at really dynamic, we're going, what activities are there? What activities are there? And then we have our own bicyclists, whom I adore. I mean, as George Pearson always coming to us about, we have this big thing about walkability, Sharon Thomas, for about 2 decades now, talking about connecting our city and making it walkable and yada, yada, blah, blah. And we don't have bicycle lanes. We don't even have sidewalks connecting from Sonoma Ranch Boulevard to Roadrunner Parkway, because I tried it and I had to go back because it was just too dangerous. All that being said, it goes back to this notion that we're developing the city with all due respect, and I saw Larry Nichols here a while ago. Oh, he's here. So well, I think he knows how I feel about it, or what I think about it, in that make it a thriving community. Don't say, come to Las Cruces to visit our retirement community or come here to retire. Come here to live. And somehow integrate that into the marketing aspect of who we are. And yeah, some of us are in our retirement years, but it doesn't mean that it isn't thriving, and it doesn't mean that we can't bicycle and have our city look like that. And then for us to say, oh, Spaceport America and this, that, and the other, and then it's like, promoting the retirement thing. And I think we did, or maybe had something out there, Mr. Ifo Pili, our only employee. That's how powerful we are. City manager. Yeah,
Just remember, Counselor, though, he's all of our bosses, so.
Well, listen, Ifo, there was a banner out there, and maybe it's still out there, and I'm begging everybody, maybe we can all here direct Mr. Pili to take down that big banner that says we're one of the top 15 or top 5 retirement communities. Why not put up their top bicyclists or top mountain hikers or anything that shows that there's a real thriving whatever. So that's what I just want to put forward, and maybe I took care of a couple of things. And so thank you, but thank you so much for making, why didn't you all wear your Explore Las Cruces t-shirts?
We thought about it.
We love those
t-shirts.
I bought 2 already.
Yeah,
Yes.
I had the one, and she loved it, the one that I bought that day that I went in. And then I told you I went in to look for something to talk to the League of Women Voters of New Mexico, because they had a virtual conference here in Las Cruces. And they asked me to be the opening, not the keynote, I think Mr. Pili was, but just the opening, the welcoming. And so I thought, gee, what can I really highlight? And so I had like 3 to 5 minutes, unlike now I have the whole floor. I'm going to keep you here till 9 o'clock. But at the end, the president said, here she is living in Santa Fe or Albuquerque, saying, I really want to see Las Cruces now. And it was like, you haven't been, I felt like saying to her, you haven't been here? How could you not be in the state of New Mexico for, we have a League of Women Voters here. We've had one in fact, it was Kathy Matthews' mother. She was one of the founders of the League of Women Voters chapter here in Las Cruces. And Kathy Matthews was one of its presidents, by the way. I'm a fountain of useless knowledge, so I can go on and on. But, I'd love to. Let me tell you about the name Benito. My friend has a dog named Benito. And so I said to people the other day, there was a bunch of us, and little Benito comes running and barking away. And I said, Benito, cállate, cállate, por favor, cállate y vete, lárgate. And he looks at me and barks again, but takes off. Okay, fine. Do you know the name Benito, where that comes from? Benito Mussolini, of that fame of, that era in Germany. He was named after Benito Juarez because Mussolini's parents loved Benito Juarez. Little did they know that their son would turn out to be something quite different. What was I talking about? Oh, the T-shirts. So the T-shirts. So anyway, and I wore my T-shirt for that. I just want to tell you.
Yes, we saw. Thank you.
Yeah, and people have, they ask me, they look at it and they really like. So thank you. That whoever designed it, it's great. Explore Las Cruces.
Thank you.
Not a retirement community. No.
Thank you. I think
Thank
we
you.
got the gist of it. Thank you.
Just to
Councilor
comment very
Flores. Councilor Bencomo. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, yes, Rochelle.
To comment very quickly, Councilor Flores, first of all, I always learn something new from you every week, so no, honestly, I appreciate that. And then secondly, when we market that people come to visit and live, it's to move themselves, their families, or their businesses. So it is not just the retirement community. It's something we emphasize, but we also emphasize that we have a mesh of retirees, the university, and our local residents, which makes us a unique and diverse place to visit. So thank you very much for noticing that.
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Rochelle. Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you so much, Rochelle, and the rest of your team for that incredible presentation. I honestly don't have a lot of questions, but much like my colleague, Councilor Beta-Stuvi said, I can tell the passion in every single one of you, and that's really incredible, and that makes me very happy to have this department being run by all of you.
Thank you.
And I will say that it only took our city manager, Peely, one time to touch the river and to be here to say, yes, I want to live here, and brought his whole family. So, I think that's a powerful story, actually, and a testament to our community. And then just for full disclosure, I also want to note, because you gave Friends of the Organ Mountains several shout outs, that my fiance runs that organization. So
Yes, congratulations.
Thank
We
you.
heard. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted full disclosure on that for any future conversations. Rochelle, you had talked about a tour depot and then the agreement with, I'm sorry, did you say Final Frontier, or did I totally make that up?
Well, the agreement is with Spaceport America that their official tour company can generate their tours out of our office. So,
and what was that company called?
Final Frontiers.
Okay, yes. That agreement has not been finalized, or it has?
No, that we had already started that before the pandemic caused him to cease tours, but they're starting. Have they already started, Sonia? Are they?
Yeah, they were supposed to start in August, but
Okay.
he's going to let us know for sure.
Okay. So yes, that was an agreement already made before the pandemic.
So just for the record, you said that tours may start in August again?
Yes.
Okay.
From our office. He also generates tours out of TRC.
Who is he?
Curtis Roseman owns Final Frontiers, but you can only get onto Spaceport on the official tour company or with a special tour set up directly through Spaceport America.
Okay, that's good. And can you say more about the tour depot?
So currently, Spaceport America was looking for a location here within our city where they can, residents or visitors can find out more information about space history, Spaceport America, and then the mindset is that the tours would then generate from there because they will become more frequent as well.
Okay.
And we will have visitors information and so forth there.
So that's very much a seed still, an idea in its infancy.
Yes, and we're looking at different locations that might work best for our community as well.
And that location would be purchased by?
We are looking at existing structures.
Okay.
For example, where the gallery, not saying that we would use this location, but where the gallery were in the Rio Grande Theater would be a good example to start and then move forward from there.
Okay, great. I have a couple other thoughts unrelated to this, but I do just want to say that I don't mean to be a negative Nelly when it comes to Spaceport America and Virgin Galactic. I just, I am not as excited currently about this. I think, there's this promise of 400 launches a year that to me feels really far away. And at this point, we've only sent one billionaire to space at a publicly funded facility. And so that to me seems really far away. So I think unlike the monument and the cannabis industry that are here, that are concrete, that are ours, right? Those things are real to me, and I just want to make sure that there's a balance between the kind of spending. All I keep seeing is New Mexico, Las Cruces, Doñana County, spend for a promise that is yet to be, frankly, met. And so I just want to make sure that there's a balance between the kind of spending that we are doing and the kind of relationships are reciprocal. And right now it doesn't feel like it's been very reciprocal. So I just want to make sure that there's a good balance.
Yes, Counselor, that's a very good observation, comment. We are very strategic on how we diversify our marketing because not everyone is interested in space tourism or cannabis tourism or outdoor recreation. But we do have to take advantage of these opportunities where Las Cruces is in the spotlight because of the launch. We will be in the spotlight as more of this cannabis tourism and other related businesses come to fruition, and we will take advantage of that as well. But as I've mentioned previously, there's so much to do here. We're so lucky. We have so many assets. I myself was a military brat, so whomever, when you said you came to our center to see what there was to do, I grew up going to visitor centers and seeing what there was to do. So, I can't just even explain how passionate we are about this. So yes, we do make sure we diversify. That's why we don't just concentrate, for example, on Virgin Galactic. It's just one company at Spaceport America. And I do understand your hesitation. And I would love to speak to you outside of chambers about some of our ideas.
I would love that, Rochelle. Okay. Thank you so much. And moving away from Spaceport America, I also just want to note how appreciative I am of how you and your team have been even just talking about the cannabis industry. I think one of the biggest barriers, one of the biggest challenges and opportunities that we have as a city, as a state, is really change the narrative about cannabis. And so even you just joking here about it, and I think that's really important. And as a city, I think we move forward, we have to take part of what that narrative is to try to destigmatize what has been a very intentional war against cannabis and really move away from that so that we can actually see this growth flourish. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just a couple thoughts. I'm currently working with some advocates and some of our staff around Burn Lake and the possibilities of Burn Lake. I would love to bring in your team eventually on what that could look like, because I think it could be another great outdoor recreation place that we can get excited about and get other people excited about. So I'll definitely touch base with you about that. I fully agree about the salsa festival, but like the original salsa festival where there was a competition and people made salsa and we picked a winner. That was so much fun, and I miss that very much. And I feel like that's very much a niche that I think we could fill. Two more things. There was an NMSU Athletics recently did on social media, like they lifted up all the local athletes. I wonder how we could connect with them and do something similar and like really lift up all the local high school graduates who've stayed at NMSU who are and maybe not just athletes, like STEM folks and the like students really shining a light on justice issues or whatever it might be. But I thought their campaign was really amazing, and I wonder if you all could do something similar or in partnership with NMSU. And then lastly, I know that there's a really great growing, the Murals of Las Cruces project that I think could be another great addition to what can you do in Las Cruces, and go check out all the incredible murals that many local artists have done, that Las Cruces has invested in, that the city has invested in. And so I just wanted to point out that last piece, that Las Cruces could also be very much an arts hub that looks very different than Santa Fe, but beautiful and unique on its own. So thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. I have a couple of things I'd like to say. Thank you for your presentation. It was amazing, and I could feel the passion and energy and commitment that you have to Las Cruces and the love that you have, just like me. So I know I'm in I feel like the city's in good hands because you love it just as much as I do, right? And all of us are ambassadors for the city, and so thank you. I just felt the excitement, and it was a really great presentation.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. I had a couple of comments. Slide 6, you had made mention, you listed all of the various activities or things that you wanted to continue, and you know, I have to admit that I've never was asked, do you want to focus on retirees, your retirement community? You know, when we've done strategic planning, that really isn't what our focus has been, right? It's been about focusing on our students, stopping their brain drain, making sure that our kids stay here, that there's fun, that there's jobs, good paying jobs, and lots of awesome activities, right, for our children that grow up into youth and then adults and stay here at New Mexico State University and then you know, just build a family here. So, you know, when she makes mention about the retirement community, although I love my retirees, and I have so many in my district and across the city, it for me hasn't been a focus. And so when I think about some of these areas that you've made mention, one thing that I think a lot about is that leakage report that Dr. Bayatis and others have brought to our attention and spoke very specifically about our medical community, right? And so much of our people are leaving the state, leaving our community, even though we get a good portion regional into our town, back into our town for our medical. What struck me was this. I don't know, you have these events where you bring people, right, they get to know Las Cruces, there's some one-on-ones, and I keep thinking about something that I heard from our medical community, right? It's like a chicken and egg. We have to have these physicians and these specialties, and they have wives or husbands or partners that feel like we're too small yet, and or that they're recruiting people from the outside coming in, and yet they don't know what's available in the city. So I would really encourage us to reach out to our hospitals and our medical community, because I think this is something that we definitely need a lot of help in, and that I'm very passionate about. We just need more doctors here. We need better quality care, and that starts with, you know, the relationships with our hospitals and our providers, really understanding what they're seeing when they recruit, how the city of Las Cruces, right, Visit Las Cruces can help in that endeavor. So for me, it's a nice partnership with, you know, you hear the leakage report. I know Dr. Bayatas and others are really digging into what that is in terms of more specifics, right, and what your plan is to address that moving forward. So I want to really put a pitch into that, because I believe that we should all have access to quality medical care at all levels. And when we have to leave our city to other states, it's a huge burden on all of us and our finances and such. So I wanted to bring that up, Rochelle. And then in slide 11, you made mention of that marketing research or a contractor, but didn't name, I don't think, the contractor that you're working on that is going to help with this research and whatnot. Can you tell me who that is?
Yes. Currently, we are working on this particular part of the project with Once a Day Marketing. So this firm, is that correct? This firm helped Farmington and Gallup and some other New Mexico destinations build their outdoor recreation market. So what we had, so far what we've done is had a focus group that we had at the convention center, and then now we're sending out a survey. A big part, like we've all said several times today, word of mouth, residents, we have to find out what our residents know, what their perceptions of our outdoor recreation community here in Las Cruces, and then we'll know how to better market, not only to visitors, but our residents.
Sure, sure. So the once-a-day marketing, is that here in town or a
That is
state?
in New Mexico. It is in the state, though.
Good,
Yes, we have made huge efforts into bringing everything back to Las Cruces, or at least New Mexico.
I'm so glad. Thank you. I know there was an issue before, and I'm glad that you have really pivoted and made that a priority.
Yes.
I appreciate that. And then slide 12, I think around the outdoor, the different, or I don't know, maybe as part of the presentation that she did, she talked about trailheads and maps and those things, and I'm wondering would a GIS kind of mapping system, is that part of the conversation? I think that would be really helpful. Kind of like, those lending libraries that are food and books, they have this whole, they have a GIS mapping system where it's countywide, you can see where all of the lending libraries are at one time, which I think is very helpful.
I'll let Paul Dahlgren
Okay.
speak to that, and Hillary is also working with the connectivity issue that you brought up as well, Councilor Flores.
Yeah, thank you.
Paul Dahlgren, for the record. So it is something I know I've discussed with our virtual itinerary planning software. That was one of the things that Hillary actually worked to get actually GIS data showing some of those actual trails, like people who have hiked it. So it actually has the data that we can import into our system. So we're currently working with GIS and Visit Widget, who manages our software, to really integrate those things. So we would have actual something closer to like all trails, so something that would actually show you physically where you can, like those GIS maps. So it's something we're definitely working on and looking at because we now have that capability.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that, and I look forward to seeing that. Yeah. Thanks again. You make me really proud to be a citizen of Las Cruces. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for your support. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, is there any public comment? Hey. There's public comment. I want them to be able to come. All right. No public comment. 3.3, cannabis update. 21-036. Ikani Tamopeo. Did I butcher that? I think I did. Ikani, I've seen you pacing up and down, and I'm thinking, poor guy, he's anxious, and I'm so looking forward to your presentation. I don't want you to be anxious. Take a deep breath, and here we go. 5 o'clock, is that what time it is?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
5:12.
I know that you're aware that we have a guest from up north.
I do, and Ben Lingwiger. Thank you, Mr. Lingwiger. I hope I didn't butcher your last name.
And we can have him go first.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
First.
So
I'll
he can get on the road, or he can spend an additional night in our beautiful city now that he knows all of the wonderful places to visit and eat.
And Mayor Pro Tem, he's accompanied by a manager of a local cannabis business as well. So if there's any questions, he'll introduce his associate
Oh,
from the
sure,
local
absolutely.
industry as
Welcome.
well.
You want to come down to the podium, please?
Do you see it here?
Ben, you were highly recommended by our Councilor Vasquez. Thank you for being here with us today.
Of course.
Yeah,
And your associate, I'm not sure of his name yet. Hello.
this is Xavier Hall.
Xavier Hall.
Xavier Hall?
Yes.
Okay, nice to meet you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, staff, I really hope that you will share what a good job I did with Councilor Vasquez, who can't be here today. I'm grateful to be here. And I'm grateful that I got to sit through several presentations before. We heard a presentation about revitalizing a historic part of the city. We heard a presentation about inter and intrastate travel from the airport, and then we heard a presentation from the Tourism Bureau. And I'm just really delighted that cannabis and this new exciting industry touches every single thing that we've spoken about today. And even the last presentation from tourism had several slides where they named cannabis. So I'm very grateful with the optimism that the city of Las Cruces is engaging this exciting new industry. I've in several past lives, I've worked a lot with the city of Las Cruces, and the city and this governing body has never disappointed, and it seems that that's going to continue to be the trend with cannabis, and I'm just very grateful for the opportunity to be here. The New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce is an organization that's 3 years old. We were created at the request of the legislature. We have a medical cannabis program that's very robust and vibrant that's been active in New Mexico for over a decade, and the legislature wanted a unifying body, a voice that could represent the cannabis industry, and that's what we are. Our members are existing manufacturers, producers, cannabis-adjacent businesses like law firms and CPA firms and grow supply stores and health insurance providers and all these businesses that are really excited to engage in the industry. And our role is shifting now from supporting the medical cannabis industry to kind of helping cannabis move from raft to shore in an adult use market. And we have this wonderful foundation with the medical cannabis industry that other states haven't had, and I'm really excited to be at the helm now of this organization for the second year. So starting with some suggestions, and these are not necessarily only related to zoning, but just kind of how I wake up and try and go about the work, is center all new rules and initiatives on creating opportunities for New Mexicans to enter and be successful in this new industry, or at least remove barriers for everyday New Mexicans to enter into and engage in the industry how they want. And again, this relates to zoning, but also everything else that we talk about in cannabis is how are we making space for New Mexico companies to be successful in this industry, and that is part of the conversation around zoning and local ordinances. And then also to make all decisions looking towards the future of federal legalization. New Mexico is the 17th state to legalize cannabis. We follow, obviously, Colorado, Arizona, Canada, the country of Mexico, and basically Texas is the last holdout in our region. And federal legalization is coming, I think sooner than others may expect. And it's really important that we don't look to the past and we don't re-stigmatize cannabis, and we boldly look to the future for when this is the law of the land, not just state by state. So that's just a friendly suggestion, or more of me sharing how I go about looking at the work that we do. So in that regard, I just wanted to very quickly share 2 slides about what's happening from a federal perspective. Senator Schumer is pushing the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, I think, which is the federal legalization bill. This is a long shot. President Biden has been very specific that his administration is not going to be the one to legalize cannabis. I would bet anybody in this room $10 that the next Democratic president will be the president to legalize cannabis. There are 2 other important bills that are right now in the Senate. The first one is the Safe Banking Act. I bring this up because many people still think that cannabis is unbanked in New Mexico, and that's not the case. All of our members have bank accounts. There are now 4 banks or financial institutions that are doing green accounts in New Mexico. What's missing is lending, and of course, New Mexico is not a resource-heavy state in some regards. So what the Safe Banking Act would do is open up financial institutions to do lending just like they do for any other business. And this is in the Senate. I would expect this bill to pass before the end of the year. And the same with the MORE Act. This is not a legalization bill. This is a decriminalization bill. It would remove cannabis from the list of Schedule I drugs, which includes heroin, LSD, a variety of other substances that in order to qualify to be a Schedule I drug, you can have no medical benefit. And I think we're well past the point of it being proven that cannabis has a medical benefit. So that's what this bill would do. Again, this is stuck in the Senate. I would expect it to pass before the end of the year. And then I just want to mention Section 280E of our IRS tax code. Everything in the cannabis industry is 15% more difficult and 20% more expensive. And this is a code in the IRS that prohibits cannabis businesses from taking deductions. So if you have ever owned a business, if you can imagine not being able to write off any expenses, this is the next big thing that we're looking at federally. We had a briefing from Senator Heinrich several months ago, and he basically said that Congress and the IRS are two very different things and never the two should mingle, and there wasn't a lot that he could do. But this is something that our organization and organizations like ours across the country are working on right now. And then moving from a federal level to a state level, and I know I did watch a recording of the hour-and-a-half presentation and interactive kind of town hall style thing on cannabis that was last week, so some of this is repeated information. I do apologize for that, but HB 2 was the bill that created the Cannabis Control Division within the Regulation and Licensing Department to administer the Cannabis Regulation Act and the licensing provisions in LACUA. LACUA is the Lynn and Aaron Compassionate Use Act. That was the bill that made medical cannabis possible in 2009 or 2010 in New Mexico. I know you've been briefed on all these other things. The tax rate, that was a really important piece. We ended up on that 12% number because that was the number that would help to undercut the illicit market. In states like California and Oregon, the illicit market still is a much bigger cannabis market than the legal market. And what we want to do in New Mexico is we want to undercut that market and ideally bring the unregulated market into a regulated scenario. There are tons of talented growers and manufacturers who have been operating unregulated in the state for generations. Right side of history happened to be on the wrong side of the law. So a lot of the provisions in the legislation that legalized in New Mexico, the idea is to, bring these individuals out. And again, going back to what I first said about making an industry that is for and by New Mexico. So again, nothing new. This is the timeline. As of June 29th, all the staff at DOH, the Department of Health, that were tasked with regulating the medical program have all moved over to RLD. And then the next big deadline is no later than September 1st. The Cannabis Regulatory Advisory Committee has to be formed, and they have to open up applications for production licenses, which include the commercial production licenses, the production side of the vertically integrated licenses, and of course the micro licenses, which I think are the most exciting thing to expect in our industry for several different reasons. And then rules fully promulgated by the beginning of the year, and then the first retail sale no later than April 1st. So these are the license types that you are now zoning, and not just Las Cruces, but this is happening in municipalities and counties across the state. I will take the opportunity again to just compliment how Las Cruces is really looking at this industry with optimism and opportunity. That is not the case across the state. I won't name any names. These are the license types that specifically you're looking at. The first one is a consumption area. This is the brand new license type. This is like a bar, but for cannabis. And the sponsor of the bill, Representative Javier Martinez, was very clear that for him, this is a social justice issue. People who are unable to consume because they're in government housing or because their landlord doesn't allow it, this is for them. What this looks like in other markets is upscale consumption areas that are doing fancy food pairings with cannabis, and you can basically do anything per the state law now, as long as it doesn't involve alcohol. So consumption areas are actually legal now. They were promulgated by the DOH for the medical cannabis program more than a year ago, but no producers took advantage because they recognized the liability. And I'm the former state director for Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I don't expect any kind of substance impaired driving issues related to cannabis. The one exception may be these consumption areas where somebody goes and they are unfamiliar with cannabis and how it affects their body and they consume too much. So this is the most, I think this is probably where the most discussion is going to be around zoning. Other municipalities are looking at zoning dispensaries similar to bars, and that's wrong. But consumption areas, I think there is a good argument that those are more of a kindred spirit to a bar. And then manufacturer, producer, testing and research labs, I believe these are, and I have a slide just based on what I learned from tuning into that, the presentation from last week. But these are going to be, the industry zoned areas. And I will say that smell mitigation has come a long way, even just in the last few years. The technology around how to mitigate smell around production and manufacturing is much better than it was just a few years ago. And at least in Albuquerque, where I'm a resident of, please don't hold it against me, you will often be next door to a production facility and not even know it just because the technology is so good. And then retailers, I really appreciate what the city's approach is so far, opening up retail to any commercially zoned area. And then the micro businesses, again, these are, in some states, these are kind of akin to what's called equity licensing. But these micro businesses are going to be the key for everyday New Mexicans coming into the industry and being successful. If you have a grow operation with up to 200 plants, that could be $1.5 million a year business. So that could be it. That could be your thing. Or that could be an entree into a full commercial production license. But either way, these micro businesses are really designed to be friendly if there's not a lot of capital upfront, which lots of people, especially people moving from the unregulated market to the regulated market, are looking for. And again, just that note on the bottom, there's very little prohibition for what else you can do alongside cannabis. You can do hemp, you can do food. The one exception is alcohol. So no alcohol really anywhere on the premises with any other kind of cannabis business. Okay, how to responsibly zone for cannabis. The goals of zoning, as I understand them to be, is to segregate uses that are thought to be incompatible and to preserve the historical character of a community. So again, when I came in, we were hearing a presentation about what sounds like an awesome haunted or perhaps not haunted hotel that is really, it is haunted. Excellent. That makes me, I worked in a haunted hotel in Albuquerque for a long time, so that warms my heart. I like the ghosts. So what I would argue, and I think what a lot of people, without knowing the situation specific to that site, I think a lot of people would argue that cannabis could come in and hurt the historical character of a building or a neighborhood. And what I would argue is there's an opportunity for cannabis to come in and alongside a historical neighborhood or building, revitalize the neighborhood and be complementary. So I would just ask that we look at that instead of automatically assuming that cannabis is going to be something that hurts neighborhoods because, again, I'm not naming any names, but that's what other municipalities kind of have taken as their de facto position. So this is guidance from HB2. Municipalities, local ordinances are responsible for creating rules that reasonably limit density of licenses and operating times consistent with neighborhood uses. I bolded reasonably because that is, every time I hear the regulators talk about it, that's how they say it. They say reasonably, they say it a little bit slower because it sounds like that's the wiggle room for local ordinances to figure out what they want to do, and that's also going to be the argument point if there's ever a disagreement with the state or legislators or our regulators. And then to avoid prohibitive rules that re-stigmatize cannabis. That's not from HB2, that's me. We can't move backwards in the stigmatization of cannabis. Again, we have to move forwards assuming that the next president is going to legalize for the entire country, and this is our opportunity to really get our ducks in order to take advantage of what being able to move cannabis across state lines could mean for our state. Impact of cannabis. This is from a report for commercial realtors, but to give you an idea, states like ours, who had an existing medical cannabis program and then shifted to adult use, after 3 years, they saw a 42% increase in demand for warehouses, 27% increase in demand for storefronts, 21% increase in demand for land, and addendums to leases to allow for cannabis businesses to exist and be part of the business community. This is, in writing, this is the guidance that municipalities were given from RLD. So again, your immediate responsibility, and you have the ability to reasonably create laws and rules to make the cannabis industry specific to your community. But your immediate responsibility per RLD is to set a minimum distance between cannabis establishments and schools or daycare centers. The legislature specifically did not include places of worship because they did not see a connection between churches and dispensaries, which the behavior around dispensaries is people go, make a purchase, and then take it home. So it's more like a Walgreens than it is, I think I said it's like a Starbucks, which I'm not going to say publicly again after this because I got dinged pretty bad, but it's more like a Walgreens. The behavior is not that you're going to go and leave and immediately pull out whatever you purchased and used, which is still illegal. You can't just use anywhere on the street. But the behavior, at least what we know from the medical program and what we know from other states, is you make a purchase, you make a legal purchase, and you go home and enjoy it in the comfort of your own home or at somebody else's house. So that's what, we have no reason to think that's what we shouldn't expect. So the minimum distance is what I believe is also the recommendation for your zoning is 300 feet, not including churches. And then also any cannabis establishment that is licensed basically needs to be grandfathered in. So I have a slide here that shows all the current medical cannabis dispensaries that are going to lay a strong foundation for a successful adult use industry. And I would strongly recommend that there's an inclusion that existing cannabis businesses be grandfathered in. And I know that it seems unreasonable, or there's probably some kind of law that you can't zone somebody out of business, but the concern is right now it's the medical cannabis industry that they're participating in. So there is concern that there would be a prohibition based on zoning to prevent existing businesses from competing in an adult use industry. And we really need this strong foundation with the medical cannabis industry to be successful. There's going to be plenty of business for everybody, and there's no way that we don't face a supply limited scenario, at least for some point in time, and the existing medical cannabis industry is going to be really helpful to limit that time where we're in a supply constrained environment, and especially for the patients who rely on cannabis for their medicine. There's a typo here. This was from a June 15th letter. My brain starts a sentence with superintendent that ends with Trujillo, and I put in Karen. Of course, Linda Trujillo is the superintendent of RLD. I'm sorry for that mistake. So I'm grateful that the city of Albuquerque went first. They were forced to because they can only do IDO amendments once a year. So they have one opportunity a year to do these zoning amendments, and Mayor Keller kind of put it out there and was the early bird who didn't necessarily get the worm in some situations. But what Mayor Keller kept saying was he wanted Albuquerque to look like Durango, not Trinidad. And if you've ever driven north, I-25 into Colorado, you probably know what he means, where you see billboards, before you enter Trinidad. Trinidad has a really high density of cannabis businesses, and as a community, from an economic perspective, they're doing great. But I do understand his sentiment, wanting it to be a little bit more like Durango. I would argue that that would never happen in Albuquerque. There was a long period of time where Trinidad was like the gateway to Amsterdam in definitely for New Mexico, but really in our country, because that's where people were going to participate in cannabis tourism. Las Cruces, on the other hand, with Texas probably being one of the last states to shift to adult use, I think that this this comparison is probably more apt for Las Cruces than it is for Albuquerque. Take that's what it's worth. I want to applaud whoever in Las Cruces created your version of the survey that you shared with residents. I've experience with a lot of polling. I don't know what's scientifically valid, but I did like your survey a lot more than what Albuquerque did. Here's one question. It asked, should clusters of cannabis stores be allowed throughout the city? And I think from the way this question was phrased, the expected answer was no. But the response from Albuquerque residents was yes. And a lot of credit to city councilors in Albuquerque who went out and spoke with other businesses who were very happy to welcome cannabis businesses. They wanted the foot traffic. They were sick of seeing vacancies in their neighborhoods. And there was a proposed rule, a prohibition along Main Street corridors, which basically would have disallowed cannabis businesses anywhere on Central. And that was shot down by businesses along those Main Street corridors who were very welcoming to this new industry. The one thing that did happen in Albuquerque that was, was part of the initial proposal was a one-year moratorium in Old Town proper. And again, that's where the city is trying to find that balance of how do we preserve the cultural and historical character of a neighborhood. I would expect that moratorium not to continue after this. I think if there's a neighborhood that isn't thriving as much as it could be, then cannabis may be a way to help that. And of course, existing legacy licenses is what the state is calling medical cannabis licensees who are going to participate in the adult use market. So these are the current Las Cruces dispensaries. I think there are 3 more that are waiting for approval from DOH to open. Approval that is probably long-standing since well before our state legalized. Just Department of Health did their best. They were never intended to be a regulating agency. So there's a lot of outstanding amendments still in the medical cannabis program. But this is a snapshot of what the dispensaries look like in the Las Cruces area. Again, I love Las Cruces, but I'm from Albuquerque, so Xavier Hall is he is the regional manager for one of our member dispensaries, and he is a true son of Las Cruces. And if you ever have questions, I think one would be hard-pressed to find somebody who understands the on-the-ground business of cannabis in Las Cruces in southern New Mexico better than him. So I'm volunteering him to answer any of your questions or for you to reach out to him in the future. So these are the current proposals as I understand them from the presentation last week. Cannabis retail in all the commercial zones with consumption being limited to zone 2 and 3. Sounds great. We love it. The industry supports that. Cannabis industrial, which includes cultivation and manufacturing limited to those industrial areas. Sounds great. The cannabis industry loves it. Cannabis research, I didn't see testing facilities included in there, but I would expect or hope that they would be. And then my question is just making sure that NMSU is able to participate in research and testing, just to make sure that is zoned properly. And then micro businesses, EE and REM with a special use permit, and I just wanted to clarify that those are also allowed everywhere where the above bullet points are, because again, those micro licenses are going to be the homegrown businesses that grow into the most successful businesses in our state. So just making sure that those micro businesses are also allowed anywhere else where cannabis businesses are allowed. 300 feet from school and daycare, great. 300 feet from single family residential, great. 1,000 feet between retail locations. We're saying 600 feet is what's going to make the most sense for municipalities, and that could be accomplished either with some kind of special use where they have to make an application to be co-located within 1,000 feet, but based on what we think is best practice in other states and what's going to make the most sense for New Mexico, we're saying 600 feet. And then, of course, making sure that there is language to grandfather in the existing medical cannabis businesses that are going to lay that strong foundation for success in the future. Thank you very much. If it's okay, I would love for Xavier just to be able to introduce himself.
Oh, sure. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Xavier Hall. Excuse me if I'm a little nervous, I'm a little new to this. I will kind of make this very short and sweet. I just want to kind of put a face to the cannabis community that we already have established here in Las Cruces. I'm a member of Las Cruces. I've been here, I've lived here for 15 years. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. Father got a job here at New Mexico State University and is working with the athletic department. He's an associate athletic director here at New Mexico State. Graduated from Las Cruces High, played football at Las Cruces High, earned a scholarship and played football here at NMSU as well. Actually, Professor Bayalta was a professor of mine, or Dr. Bayalta was a professor of mine at NMSU. He might not remember, but Economics 252 helps out a lot. No, I just want to include that I kind of got into this business. I didn't mean to get into this business, honestly. I was finishing up my last semester of school. My college quarterback at the time was the manager at MJ Espresso, now Pure Life, and he knew I had some free time. I was in my last semester, kind of asked me to come by, interview, and so I did that, just kind of working as a greeter, part-time, had no interest in being in the cannabis industry. Honestly, my parents being the way they were, my background, it wasn't something that was such a positive thing for sure. But like I said, it was not something I was looking to further. I had every intention to move out of New Mexico, Las Cruces, have a career in freight brokering with my brother up in Reno, Nevada. But the day before my college graduation, I found out I was having my daughter. So that changed some things. And I had to buckle down, I had to figure out what I was going to do here in Las Cruces. And the opportunity that I had in front of me was enough for me to stay and just kind of buckle down and work hard and move up in the ranks, which I did very quickly. I went from a greeter to a regional manager within, I would say, about a year and a half. And it's been a great experience, and it's provided me an opportunity to provide a very good life for my family here in Las Cruces. And it's helped provide a lot of people with the opportunity to provide for a family in Las Cruces. And I just want to, touch on that, because I think it's so important for people to understand what this industry can do for this community. I love Las Cruces. This is home. I would like to stay here as long as possible. And I think it's very important for us to move forward in the right direction and give and provide opportunities for hundreds, if not thousands, of people to find employment here in Las Cruces in this industry. Like I said, I do believe it's very important, and our city is growing, and this is an industry that can help move us in the right direction and provide jobs. And like Councilmember Flores said, we're not a retirement community. We're not. And we need to start thinking about the ways that we can progress and the ways that we can fund this community. And cannabis is definitely one of those, is an avenue that we can take to do so. And like Ben said, I'm here to be an ally. I'm here for any assistance, any questions. I would love to help out in any way that I possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
Councilor Sork, you have a question?
Yes, I have a couple questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondura. First of all, in this chambers, we had a meeting of the task force for marijuana legalization. The task force was here, and we debated one of their meetings. We had one of their meetings here. And one of the things that came up was advertising. I don't know what happened in the final bill as to controlling advertising, but I was wondering, are there any restrictions, or is there any restrictions on billboard advertising for marijuana here in the state?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Sorg, I can't remember exactly what they are, but there definitely is pretty strict rules in HB2, particularly around advertising to minors, regardless of the medium. I do know that one of the other discussions within another city was disallowing like cannabis leaves on the signage for dispensaries, and that was shot down. But there are really strict rules in statute, particularly around advertising to people under 21. And I can't remember if it's a complete disallowance for billboards or if it's just not being able to use, you know, cartoons or other kind of big tobacco type marketing things to attract young people.
Yeah, it's similar to other products too that are not good for minors. I'm not going to be talking much anymore here, but I have one last question. Is it, I hate to use the word, but is it legal for somebody, let me back up. As of June 29th, it's not illegal to have possession of some amount of cannabis in your possession. But is it legal to give it away? Suppose you have a business that you are selling something else, and that product is, you buy that, and as a gift you get an ounce of cannabis.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Sorg, unclear.
Unclear.
I know before we legalized cannabis, because it is permissive for medical cannabis patients to gift to other medical cannabis patients. So what we saw in CBD shops was people, you know, selling you a $60 mug that happened to have cannabis in it if you could prove that you were another medical cannabis patient. And I do know that these are popping up. While I was sitting back there, I saw a Facebook post for a dispensary that is offering a food pairing. They brought in a fancy executive chef, and they're giving away cannabis to adults over 21. What I have heard from RLD as of Friday was they are aware of the situation, and they are trying to figure out how to handle it.
Okay.
It seems like it may be a loophole, but that is definitely not the intention.
Yeah.
The intention is people are allowed to have cannabis now, but it's probably because they grew it themselves. And I think what should happen is you are allowed to gift cannabis to other people, but what you're describing is a clear transaction,
Yes.
which I think is definitely not the intention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondura.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Hello. Anything else? Connie? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Bencomo, sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to ask, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, if there was another presentation after this, or is this it? Or,
There's another presentation.
there's one more. Okay, I'll hold my questions till after then.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here and for waiting all this time. Appreciate your presentation. Ikani?
Thank you.
Ikani, and you can raise the podium up there.
Where's the
It's
button
to
for
the-
that?
It's there
Oh.
to the, you see it? There you go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I thought that was a joke. I didn't know it actually
No.
moved up. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and City Council. My name is Ikani Tamopiao, one of the Assistant City Managers for the City of Las Cruces, and I'm excited to be here in front of you all in the community today. I have been in Las Cruces for a few months since New Year's, and I've loved it ever since. And so before I arrived in Las Cruces, I was in California. And in California, I happened to be there when they legalized cannabis. I was working for cities just like I am doing here. And I just wanted to share a stark difference between what California is doing and what New Mexico is doing, because I just wanted to make sure that people know that all states are different and they legalize things differently. In California, when they legalized adult use cannabis, the state approved it, but cities and local jurisdictions had the local autonomy to completely ban.
I'm sorry, we don't have a quorum.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer.
One moment. Thanks, Christine. Here we go.
All right, we get to continue?
Yes, Connie, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So again, California, cities were allowed to opt out, essentially when the state approved recreational cannabis. In New Mexico, that is not the case. When the state approved it and Governor Lujan signed it into order and it took effect in June earlier this year, cities can't completely prohibit or ban cannabis businesses, but what they can do is reasonably regulate time, place, and manner of the businesses. And so, again, we're the 17th state to legalize cannabis, but there are differences in which New Mexico decided to legalize cannabis. And I'm bringing up comparisons between California, and I'm not sharing what's best and what's worse. I'm simply sharing that there are differences. I know in looking on the website of how House Bill 2 was drafted, they did pick pieces and they share which states they looked at when they were looking at adult recreational cannabis as legislation. And so those policymakers looked at Massachusetts, they looked at Maine, they also looked at some parts of California and Colorado when they were putting this. And in additional states, there were additional states that were scrubbed as well. But I just wanted to kind of give you a comparison of what was looked at when House Bill 2 was set. One of the things that I want to share for you as council, Ben hit on as well, and the community that your constituents may bring up, that this cannabis and adult use recreation is a conundrum. It's a Schedule I drug on the federal level, but it is not considered a Schedule I drug here on the state. And the reason why I bring that up is because we are surrounded here in the southern region of New Mexico by border checks. And so border checks are federal agencies. And so if you are delivering cannabis and you go through a federal checkpoint, they can confiscate what they see as a federal drug. And so that is one of the things that could be seen as a challenge. Another challenge as well are what I've been told from my sources, that there are only 2 labs right now that test cannabis in the state. Those labs are not located in the southern region of New Mexico. They're located in Santa Fe and located in Albuquerque. So anytime you produce cannabis and anytime you manufacture cannabis, you have to do a quality control test to ensure that the THC is stabilized, to ensure that the chemicals are not high, but they're stable. And so you have to take them to a lab. And so that's one of the issues that if we were to move forward today, going through those checkpoints would be an issue. Now, as I mentioned to the Economic Development PRC, I truly believe in capitalism, and so council, at the will of council, if they were to move forward, that the market the market would be the market. And so capitalism would take over, and if there's an opportunity for a growing opportunity in a business, I truly believe, being in economic development myself, that a business would look for the opportunity if it made sense here in the region. So I share challenges that, yes, we are located within borders, but we also, talking with the Economic Development Department, take it as an opportunity to, again, at the will of council, if you were to move forward with zoning this, that you could essentially create a local ecosystem of cannabis going from seed to table or from seed to retail here in this region. And so there are opportunities. Again, I share this conundrum that it is true. Many people may bring up and say it's a Schedule I drug at the federal level, but not at the state level. It is true, but there are also opportunities as well. And so wanted to share that because, those are some of the things that seems to be the elephant in the room. Also sharing, we're coming in front of you today at a work session because there's a compressed timeline from the state. The state passed this earlier this year, and so by September 1st, the state will start accepting producers, cultivators, applications for micro-business producers, those that produce and cultivate. By January 1st, 2022, the state is posed to be ready for all other business types that Ben shared in his presentation. Now, you may ask yourself, why do the producers go first? Why not just accept them all in January 1st? What they have seen in other states, if you're familiar, and I bring this up for comparison, is Black Friday, when sales go for the first time, you have a frenzy that happens. And so when this was legalized in other states, again, we're the 17th, our state has looked at other states that have legalized this, and they have actually had issues with the supply of cannabis being ready. And so they're not really worried about adult use and recreational users. They're worried about medical patients and not having enough supply for the medical patients. So they want to ensure that there's enough cycles happening before this is accepted on January 1st for all other business types. And then April 1st, 2022, no later than April 1st, 2022, cannabis retail dispensaries can begin selling. Again, that's a no later date. So I wanted to focus on September 1st, again, sharing, there's a compressed deadline from the state, and this is why we have our compressed deadline here and presenting to you a work session. But I want to share with you some of the meetings that we've had and some of the meetings that we will have in front of you. We've had 3 meetings so far where we involved the community and involved you as council. We've come to Economic Development PRC last week, Quality of Life PRC, and we've had our first cannabis town hall meeting last week, and I want to share, when I'm in front of you, I'm alone, but I want to make it very clear, very present, that all of the departments behind me have been touching cannabis. We've been meeting weekly, if not daily, met with legal and community development today. This is a discussion that, again, it's not individual effort. This is all departments coming together, and so they're behind me right now, and I'll have community development speak, but I just wanted to let you all be aware, it's all the departments. We're meeting on this, and we have our reoccurring meetings. I wanted to share that. But at the first cannabis town hall meeting, we had about approximately 50 people show up to that. It was a good turnout, and I'm glad Ben had the opportunity to follow us online and look at a recorded session of that. Today, we're here at work session. Tomorrow, we will have community development go to P&Z, Planning and Zoning Commission. There will be recommendations going to P&Z, but those recommendations we'll be sharing with you. And these are only staff recommendations. We're coming here at work session. We want you to pick at it. Ben had some, and again, I just want to share for those that are watching online or those in the community, Ben Lewinger, the gentleman that spoke before me, presented a presentation that was requested by Councilor Vasquez from the meeting prior, and so that's why he was speaking before I did. So that was something that Mayor Pro Tem and Council allowed, and so that's why he was speaking before I did. But again, he shared some of the things that he was requesting from his organization. We will present to you some recommendations from staff, but again, that's only a recommendation from staff. This is the work session that we would love to hear from you if we're not meeting the mark or if we need to make some modifications. August 12th is the second town hall and the last town hall meeting that we have on the topic. And then after that, on August 15th, is the last time to take the cannabis survey. I would invite and make a plug for the cannabis survey. It looks like it's the best in the state right now, according to Ben. And we appreciate the kudos because, again, the team worked very hard on putting that together. And we appreciate Albuquerque survey because, again, it was one of the surveys that we looked at, but working together as a team, we have a very interactive survey. It's in Spanish and it's in English, and it explains the zoning. And so a lot of things were put into the survey so that if a lay person read it, they could at least have understanding of what these zones were as opposed to where should we zone it and not explain zones, including partnership with our GIS department. So huge props to the whole team behind me and to our GIS department, community engagement, and PIO department. Then we have on August 16th, the day after the survey closed, we'll come to you with the results, not only with the survey, but also recommendations that we take from you today, recommendations that we have from P&Z, and then we'll come once again to the full council and the city council meeting on the 16th, and then we'll come again on second council meeting on September 7th, and of course, at your will, if you would like to have additional council meetings, it is your choice. So speaking on House Bill 2, this House Bill 2 allows 21, those individuals that are 21 years and older to possess on their body no more than 2 ounces of cannabis, 16 grams of concentrated cannabis, and 800 milligrams of edible cannabis. They're allowed to possess more than what I just mentioned in the above bullet point, but they have to lock it on their premise, and it has to be away from any visible site. And so this is where it can be stored. Now, talking about personal grows are allowed due to the House Bill 2 regulation. Per 21-year-old in the household, depending on how many 21-year-olds there are in the house, you can grow up to no more than 6 mature plants and 6 immature plants at one time. If you have additional 21-year-olds in the house, then the max you can have in that household is no more than 12 mature plants at one time. And if you do, that is a 4th-degree felony. You 21-year-olds in the home are able to create cannabis-infused foods at home and perform extracts that do not involve volatile solvents. Allowed smoking areas. Essentially, what we saw the state do in this House Bill 2 regulation is they lumped in cannabis smoking of cannabis, and they lumped it in with the smoking of tobacco. So the areas, and you may not be able to see, but the areas in white is all that was already allowed with tobacco. Tobacco retail store, cigar bars, casinos, designated outdoor smoking areas, private clubs, hotel, motel rooms designated as smoking permitted rooms as long as they're not more than 10% of the total net rooms in a hotel, cultural or ceremonial site by Native Americans, and theatrical stage, motion production, and TV production during performance. These were already in place with tobacco. Essentially what cannabis did was they didn't want to treat cannabis smoking differently, and so they lumped them in under the Clean Indoor Air Act. But what was different was the first bullet point under allowed in private residence, indoor and/or outdoor consumption areas with certain requirements. This is one where areas are allowed, but they have to apply for a license at the state. And this is one of the 10 business types that are being allowed. One of the recommendations, I think we came up just this morning, and it may change, but Catherine and legal can speak to it when we get later in the presentation, is we are making the recommendation to allow indoor but not outdoor consumption areas at this time. And again, if anything changes, recommendations come, please feel free to share. But that is our recommendation. But would love to hear from you. Buffer distance and comparables. We have looked at cities around the nation, at some of the areas, the sensitive areas, and what House Bill 2 for cannabis considers are really two sensitive areas. One is for schools and one is for daycare centers. As Ben mentioned in the presentation prior, a church and places of worship are not considered a sensitive area, although it is considered sensitive under ABC liquor license, but it's not considered sensitive with cannabis. So schools, about 1,000, and again, we're looking at big cities. These are huge cities, but we can see in these cities, there are about 1,000 in Sacramento. They have a buffer of 600, 500 in Boston, Massachusetts, and then we have child daycares here. In New Mexico, all cannabis uses must be at a minimum distance that is not more than 300 feet from schools and daycares. So if we do nothing and we decide to do nothing on the buffers and don't set a standard, any cannabis business could come in and essentially go anywhere from zero. They can come right next to a sensitive area if we don't set anything. That's essentially what happens. So House Bill gives us the opportunity to set a standard that the minimum is no more than 300. So we're making the recommendation to keep it at the max minimum, which is 300 feet away from a sensitive area. Again, if you have any recommendations to lower that, feel free to share. So here is our GIS department. They produced 300 feet buffers from schools and daycares. This may be actually, hopefully you can see it in front of you. It looks pretty clear. The difference here is the blue areas with the lines around it. Those are schools, and those blobs that don't have any lines around it and any boundaries within that blue are daycares. So just to highlight, we have some schools here that it's pointing to, and this essentially shows the buffer. So you have the school in the boundary, and then the buffer of 300 feet goes beyond the perimeter, the rectangle that you see. That just shares how, that buffer. And then daycares as well that it's pointing to, hopefully you can see in your screen. Daycares are pointing to the blobs without any lines. But these are what we have right now as our recommendation. Another buffer that we added as well, again, we are at your disposal to hear a comment from you as council, is we added a residential buffer of 300 feet away from residential properties and 1,000 feet from another business. And so the green circles are hypotheticals of where businesses could locate in commercial areas. And so that's how big 1,000 feet buffer would be, and in the middle of that would be a dispensary. And so I just wanted to share kind of the impact of that. So you may see that and say, oh no, that's a little too big for me. We need to go lower, or maybe you might say we need to go higher. But again, this is just trying to share, because one of the questions that I believe came up in the EDPRC and talking with you as council is, we need a perspective. Help us understand what 1,000 feet means. Help us understand what 300 feet means. And so residential buffer, I don't know if you can see it, but the red layers on the red layers are commercial zones. And then the residential zones are the yellow layers. And so if you look from the edge of the residential zones, it'll buffer about 300 feet from there. And so where the arrows are pointing is really the buffer that would exist from residential buffer. So you, as council, could say, I don't like residential buffer, let's eliminate that. Or, that's fine, let's keep it, or let's play with it. Again, these are recommendations from staff, and please let us know your thoughts. State cannabis licensing. There's 90 days once a complete application is submitted to the state. They have 90 days to approve or deny. Applicants may not have prior convictions that are substantially related to the qualifications, functions, or duties. So any embezzlement, any fraud, any deceit, sale to a minor, you cannot apply for an application. But if you have a prior conviction of cannabis, possession of cannabis, sale of cannabis, that is okay. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. Business requirement regulations, the Cannabis Control Divisions at the state, they will ensure that all these bullet points are followed. They will look and do quality control when they review the applications, advertising, so we brought up billboards. And just to mention on billboards, I'll have a slide on that. They are allowed in the state, but I'll go more into that in the next slide, I believe. Health and safety, testing, labeling, packing, regarding additives, quality control, environmental protections. And here we are. So just to mention billboards, as the presenter before me mentioned, you cannot have predatory marketing. You cannot lure minors. You can't, the only place really where they're allowing marketing is, as it mentions here in the bottom bullet point, only allowed on subscription-based media for adults to opt in. So nothing on TV, nothing on radio, no mass transit. And in the legislation, they actually single off billboards. You can't have them within 300 feet of sensitive areas. And even the viewing within 300 feet, you can't view a billboard within 300 feet of that. So essentially, it extends beyond the way it's stated, interesting enough. So if you're within that 300 feet of a church, of a school or daycare, and you can view it, essentially what they're saying is it has to be pushed out farther until you can't see it no more, or hide behind a tree or something. Again, no luring to the minors or predatory marketing, and cannot be designed to appeal to minors, must be child resistant, must have poison control number. There's a lot of regulations and restrictions before it can even leave and be sold to the consumer. Diversity and inclusion. This part was huge from the state. They wanted to make it a purpose to follow procedures that promoted and encouraged full participation in the cannabis industry. And how they achieved this was essentially making it available for those that had prior convictions on your record. If you had cannabis conviction prior, and making it available for applications to apply, they essentially encourage full participations by doing that. Normally, the olden days, if you had something on your record for cannabis, you wouldn't be allowed to do many things with that record. And so what they were allowing, diversity and inclusion, was essentially, not only was it the expungement of that happened years prior, but the act of allowing conviction priors not to preclude you from the application process. So I wanted to make sure that that was mentioned, and that was important from the state to include that. So what are some public health considerations? Odor control is huge. During the production and cultivation, this will stink. There will be a stench. But as mentioned, technology has been advanced in the odor control, and they have carbon filters and other type of filters that will be able to mitigate the odor control. But it is still one of those health considerations: pollutants, air quality, overdose response calls. There will be increase to access by youth in homes, because now personal grows will be allowed. And we may see illegal sales as well. Some public safety considerations. Again, youth may be exposed to grow sites in residential property. Youth may have access in homes, may be illegal cultivation activities, there may be illegal business activities. May see an increase in traffic from retailers, and driving while impaired. Driving while impaired, there is no breathalyzer standard tests for driving. If you partake of cannabis, THC and cannabis can stay in your system upwards of 25 days, if not longer. And so right now, the only way to tell if you're impaired, there's no machine that exists. It's really the state allows performance of a roadside sobriety test. And so that is the way to detect driving impaired cannabis. Public health and education. By September 1st, 15 professional individuals from the health epidemiologists, occupational safety, medicine, and similar fields will be selected. They will have a goal to create an annual report by December 1st, 2024, to report on to the state health effects of legalization of cannabis, child access, workplace safety, road safety, consumer safety. And so this report will be ready, looking at the state as a whole, by December 1st, 2024. This is going to be helpful information, and I worked with our Economic Development Department, Francisco, and our local economist, Carl, and they accepted the challenge to see what we can do to look locally as well. So not only waiting for the state to see what they come up with, but perhaps by 2024 we can start coming up with our own impacts and start measuring what is happening locally. And so they accepted the challenge, and some of the demands and supply indicators that they're looking at right now are all those that are listed, demand indicators, and these are the indicators that exist today. We understand that because this was barely legalized just a few months ago, there may be additional indicators that we may need to pull out. We may need to work with hospitals to pull out, even our local law enforcement. I've talked with deputy chiefs as well as how can we pull out anything related to cannabis. And so it will take some time, but at least we're starting the discussions early. Wanted to let you know as council, the team is leaning forward, being proactive on how we can measure, not only have the state do it, but along locally, regionally. And so we're looking at all these bullet points. And these are just some of the graphs. Again, these were with the numbers that were used on the previous page. But again, what I would focus on is we will have better indicators. We'll have, as time goes, and as the legalization of cannabis has another year, and then we have other years, and we start recording metrics from hospitals and from schools and from law enforcement. The hope is that we'll have better data, and then we'll have better output from that. Local control. As local control, we can't completely ban, we can't completely prohibit, but we can reasonably regulate time, place, and manner. And cities may not completely prohibit, as I mentioned. We cannot prohibit transportation of cannabis through locality. We cannot restrict signage at licensed cannabis businesses that identify them, and we cannot prohibit personal home cultivation. Cannabis excise tax. So there is an excise tax that the state established, about 12%. Of that 12%, the local municipal distribution of that 12% is 33%. And so that equates to about 4% that goes back to Las Cruces up to 2024. That 4% starts at 2024, and it increases gradually until 2030. It essentially becomes about 6%. At 2030. So of that 18%, we would get about 6% of that back to Las Cruces. That's just from the excise tax. Just wanted to share that, what that means. In addition to the excise tax, we have GRT, gross receipt tax. Right now, it's about 8.31%. And collectively, we have 12% from the excise, 8% from the GRT, and it's about 20.3% collectively. And so that is on adult use cannabis. Medical cannabis, there is no excise tax, there is no GRT. And now I will have my community development team, Catherine, and then we'll have Dr. Pitts and Larry at the ready, and then we'll take some questions after.
Thank you. Connie, hi.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. I wanted to talk a little bit about the recommendation that staff is making in regard to zoning for cannabis. Again, as Ikani had mentioned, we can control the time, place, and manner, including density, but we can't restrict transportation, prohibit operations.
Catherine, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you. You didn't say your name. Would you please, for the record?
I'm so sorry.
You're always so good about that, Catherine. It's okay.
Catherine Harrison Rogers, for the record.
It's very late, isn't it?
It is, I was going to say good afternoon, but it's now good evening. Thank you for the reminder. We can't prohibit or limit signage related to cannabis. We can't require the relocation of existing, and we can't prohibit personal use or production. Some of the recommendations that we're making are really just sort of logical leaps in terms of like land uses and what we should do. Right now, we're proposing cannabis retail zones be located in C1. That's our neighborhood residential. No consumption in that particular zone, simply because at this point in time, bars and taverns aren't allowed in that particular zone. It made sense to us. We're also recommending that it be allowed in C2 and C3 with consumption areas. We are also recommending that the production and manufacturing be located in our industrial zones. That would be M1, M2, and M3. Cannabis research laboratories also located in industrial zones, with the ability to also be located in our industrial technology zone, which is MT. And then we have a cannabis micro-business category. It's slightly different than how the state defines it. That would be allowed in EE, which is equestrian estate, and REM, which is rural estate mobile, with a special use permit. Those particular zones do allow for horticulture and also have some current allowances for wineries and breweries associated with products that they grow on site. So we're treating it in a similar manner. Do want to point out that you'll see that we don't have overlay zones listed here. That's something that we're still trying to feel out. We have so many of them in the city. We're still doing a little bit of work on those. However, this reaches most of the city at this point in time, and there are some options in some of our overlay zones in terms of moving forward quickly if someone were to need to do that. And that includes our infill development process, which is a free process by which somebody can propose a whole slew of uses not otherwise covered under the code. It does go to a planning and zoning hearing, but again, it is free, and it's a fast-track process that we have available to people on eligible properties. Do want to point out some of the areas that we're talking about. All of the areas in sort of the red-pink color would be the commercial zones around the city. Those highlighted in purple, including the Las Cruces Industrial and Innovation Park, which is in this bluer color. Those are all those industrial zones where one might see the growing and the manufacturing of cannabis. You can also see some of our other overlay zones, such as the University District, downtown, the South Mesquite, North Mesquite districts, and Alameda Depot, also in that blue color. And then the light green colors that you see scattered about are those rural residential zones, EE and REM, where those smaller micro-businesses would be allowed with a special use permit. We are recommending some conditions. Of course, this is just a recommendation. You as the policymakers ultimately will provide direction in terms of what you want to see. We're recommending, of course, that these uses be 300 feet from a school or daycare, that the cannabis retailer also be 300 feet from a single-family residential zone and 1,000 feet from other cannabis retailers. We've received a lot of feedback on these about perhaps that those might be an overreach in terms of the part of the city, since we don't require that for either bars or pharmacies or other like uses. At this point in time, the way we have written the language, we do have some due process available if people in those industries did want to be closer to those residential zones or from another cannabis retailer. In terms of cannabis industry, you can have accessory retail located on those sites. Again, in any of those industrial zones, you could have a micro business as defined by the state, where it covers the gambit in terms of all the types of cannabis business that could be allowed at that location. And again, the cannabis micro business is required with a special use permit. Again, this is not exactly the state's definition. This is something that we developed in-house, similar to. It allows accessory, this has to be accessory to primary residence on site, because again, these are residential zones. It's limited to no more than 200 mature plants. Products for sale must be grown on site, must be located in a fully enclosed accessory building, and must be located, the accessory structure itself must be located 100 feet away from other residences. Just want to remind council that these are really large lots generally. They are rural in nature, and so the 100-foot distancing from other residences is not a challenge based on some of the research that we did in looking at the maps and looking at adjacent properties and where homes were located. Again, I know that Ikani already went over this, but this is a great example of what some of these buffers might look like, especially from the schools and daycares, in comparison to those areas where these businesses could be located, of course, in the red. And again, he already went through these in terms of what this might look like on the ground. And again, if City Council were to entertain those additional buffers from other businesses or residential zones, this is an example of how you might see these spread out throughout the city. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Tim Pitts, who's going to talk a little bit more about our business registration process and how that might be handled.
Thank you, Catherine. Tim Pitts, Deputy Director for Building and Development for this city. So I'm in charge of our permitting and business registration processes for the city, and wanted to sort of give you a couple of examples with our pictures here of what it is we're anticipating. And what we're anticipating is what I would just say are kind of normal businesses. We aren't expecting to see things in the grow facilities that they probably have higher, maybe even higher technology than what we're seeing in most similar types of things, but stuff we would see in other industries. And in the retailers, there's some examples that we found are showing retailers that are not that much different than you'll find in a regular retail store or in a grocery store, or a convenience store or something. So we're anticipating kind of the same sorts of things, and that's really our approach to this on the procedure side of how we anticipate to manage the permitting and licensing of these businesses, and that is to follow our current business registration process. That the application will come in as just a normal business registration. We'll have the businesses will need to have a tax and rev ID, a CRS number before they come in. They'll have to have a location. All that'll have to be determined beforehand. We will take in their application with the appropriate documentation that we need. We will review it the same way we do every other business, do inspections the same way we would do anything. The primary three things in the case of businesses that we're looking at is the zoning, which Catherine's already talked about, the rules that we would have. We would have a zoning review of the process. We would have a building review of the business. What's the building like? So the zoning talks about where it is, and as Ben was talking about, it's really about minimizing land use conflicts, minimizing conflicts between neighbors so that we don't have people arguing with each other and taking things into their own hands and so on. We kind of ahead of time deal with what are we anticipating people to get angry with their neighbor over, and let's see if we can adjust that now. And so that's the zoning. The building is about making sure buildings are sustainable and built for the purpose for which they're being used. We're looking for safety in there. We're looking for accessibility. We're looking for, and Larry will talk a little bit more about that. And then fire is the third thing that we'll review for. We're interested in, is this a building, is this a location that's designed safely, that people can get out in case of an emergency, that emergency personnel can get to in cases in which it's needed. And so that's really how we're looking to approach this. There will be some parts of the municipal code that will need to be updated. We're right now proposing updates for the zoning portion, but we need to look into chapters 5 and chapter 16 to present to you options. And I think we need to hear from you. What is it that we're looking to regulate in those instances? Right now, we're proposing to basically follow similar rules to we do alcohol or bars or taverns or anything. But in the processing, we're going to do it the same we do for any business. I point out on the right, this is the New Mexico State fee schedule.
schedule. This is not our fee schedule. We don't get to collect any of these fees. The state collects all these fees. We get to collect one $35 business registration fee. And since you have reduced that to $5 for this year, the first businesses that register will pay $5 to get their business registration with the city. So I mentioned they're going to come in, they're going to have a taxation and revenue CRS certificate with a CRS number, with the correct business physical address of the business, so that we can issue them their business registration. And that's really it. We're trying to take an approach that is as open to allowing things as we would with any other business. We're not looking to make this anything more restrictive, anything more difficult. So I'm going to turn it over to our community development director, Larry Nichols, who's also our building official.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors. Larry Nichols, Community Development Director. Many of the items have been covered this evening from our cannabis team, we're calling it. Connie did an excellent job explaining the regulations that are coming down from the state and some of the taxation parts, some of the economic development incentives and abilities to increase that industry. We've talked about zoning. Catherine presented how we're going to accomplish that in land use. Tim mentioned about business license. I'm going to mention very briefly about how we'll be finding people that discover a facility that they want to use to do their business, and how we'll be applying the building codes to that. The types of facilities that we will be anticipating seeing will be growth facilities, extraction facilities, dispensaries, laboratories, and supply or retail stores. The building code requirements are the building codes that we have existing right now. We won't have to develop new building code regulations to address the facilities. Bless you. We'll do this by occupancy classification. An example of an occupancy classification, if it's a retail business, that is the classification by our building code. It's called a business, and they have certain items that they have to meet in terms of exiting and safe occupancy and that type of thing. If they had an occupancy of a dispensary or extraction facility or a laboratory where there may be chemicals that are used in that, they would have more risk, if you will, because of the volatility of fire and that, then we would have that classification. Additional applicable codes would be the fire code. We work with the fire chief on this and reviewing this for the presentation. We have found out from other jurisdictions I've spoken to in Colorado and some of the other 17 states that have the cannabis industry in full effect. They tell me that there is quite a requirement for electrical power for the cannabis facilities, because the lights are on all the time for the growth pattern in many cases. Plumbing is another item we'll be tying in and utilizing the city's utility department, the water system. They have a demand for water for growing the plants on cultivation. Mechanical, we heard about the exhausting of maybe the different types of buildings and how that might impact the air quality. And then lastly, we have adopted the energy code recently, and the energy code will apply to the building facility itself. Commercial facilities are not going to be permitted for single-family dwellings. Some of the other jurisdictions I spoke to, they said that commercial developers have come in and purchased a home, and they have gone into the home and taken all the interior partitions out and basically have established a commercial endeavor. So we're not proposing that be allowed for this. And I believe Just to give you an example of some of the things about building safety and how we're going to apply the codes. The slide on the left you'll see is there was an extraction activity going on there. There was some vapor from the extraction in the air. The person that you see there kind of reeling back applied a heat gun for part of that, and the heat gun ignited the vapor. And then, of course, on the other side is a extraction facility in a residential property that obviously created an incident like this. So those would be the building codes that we'll be applying to the zoning as well as the business licenses. And I believe we go back to Connie. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry and team. All right, so we would like to end with, before we get to questions, or while we're doing questions, is here are the policy considerations that we have for you today to discuss. Some of these recommendations, some of these policy considerations. Number one is consumption areas. Right now, we are recommending all consumption areas be limited to indoors in compliance with the Clean Air Act as amended, and not outdoor consumption areas. That's what we're recommending as staff, and we would love to hear your thoughts on that. Jurisdictions may exclude consumption areas entirely. And so this is the consumption area that it says in House Bill 2 legislation as one of the 10 business types. It says cities may allow consumption areas. It doesn't say it has to. So that's what this means here. Again, what we're thinking as staff is recommending indoor, not outdoor. Again, buffers. Buffers is coming up, and so we'd love to hear your thoughts. Several concerns have been voiced by public regarding the proposed 1,000-foot buffer distancing between businesses. We just heard from the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce in the state of New Mexico. They were mentioning if we could settle on 600, they'd be fine with that. Again, representing the cannabis industry. Just wanted to share that. Again, curious to hear your thoughts. Maybe you'd like to go lower, maybe you'd like to not go lower. Up to you. And then alcohol uses are not buffered from one another or from residential zones, bringing up the example that we're not doing that right now with liquors. So then the question can be, why would we do that with cannabis industries? And so those are some of the policy considerations that we would love to hear your thoughts on in a discussion, so that we can take this with the direction P&Z and then come with recommendations to you at the full council meeting coming up next month. So.
Thank you, Ikani, Gil, Joanna, and Councilor Beitastuvi. Sorry, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You talked about, go back to the slide, consumption areas. Now, we're talking about smoking consumption, not eating, right, or both?
Good question. We're talking about one of the 10 business types allowed for cannabis consumption areas. That is cannabis consumption areas.
Oh, this is in a business.
This is a business, correct? Yeah, this is
residential.
business.
It doesn't.
Yes, exactly. If you're referring to the slide of the Clean Indoor Air Act, where cannabis got lumped into all the other bullet points. Yeah, that's something separate. Yeah. Yes, sir.
And then a quick question on slide 31. Where the state fee schedule is, it just simply says $50 per plant. Are we talking about individual marijuana plants, or are we talking about plants that grow? What is that $50 per plant? That can't be per plant. Really?
Who wrote that?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Sorg, thank you. Tim Pitts, I believe that is that's for the micro businesses when they're it's not for individual use.
Those are not regulated. We don't regulate them. The state doesn't regulate them. I believe that's for where it's not otherwise, because in the other ones, they have specific numbers for what they're doing. So as I say, this was just copied off of the state. We're not necessarily answering for for what they're going to charge.
This would be for commercial production, right?
But it would be for commercial production, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But is it per individual plant? Amazing.
Yes, I believe that is, but we would need more, we would need to look up, we would need to go and see what the state is doing in that. But I believe that, yes, it is for individual plants.
May I ask if Ben has more information on that? Because this doesn't make sense to me.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Sorg, it is an additional per plant
Sorry,
fee.
could you please repeat your name?
Ben Lewinger, Executive Director of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, it is an additional per plant fee. Right now, RLD is in a public comment period to promulgate rules with tiers for commercial licensing. So there will be a fee if you want to grow up to 2,500 plants. If you want to grow 2,500 to 6,000, these are made up numbers, but that's what they're working on right now. But the $50 per plant fee is in statute for all of the commercial production licenses except for the micro businesses. So it is $50 additional per plant.
There goes the profit. Okay, thank you very much, Madam
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you so much, ACM Tommy Piao, for your presentation very thoroughly, and for the staff who've been working on this very diligently. And then, of course, for our two guests. First of all, I just want to say that I cannot believe this is happening. Part of me cannot believe this is happening, honestly. And I'm actually very honored to be part of this conversation and to be on this council talking about this in this moment. So I just wanted to know the surrealness of this. I have a lot of questions. I'll just start with that last slide, since those were some of the policy recommendations at the forefront. And perhaps this is for both you, Ikani, and Ben. Where are these numbers coming from? The 600, the 1,000 feet, in terms of the spacing, are they arbitrary? Are they data-driven? Where are the numbers coming from?
That's a good question. I can speak on the 1,000. I actually have Catherine speak on the 1,000. And then we'll have Ben speak on 600.
Again, Catherine Harrison Rogers with staff, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. So we have some other buffers in the city that do require 1,000-foot buffering. It's not really, it's more of an apples to oranges comparison, because I can't say that cannabis and then adult uses are the same thing, but we were trying to at least find something that was comparable. And again, just trying to come up with something that we've seen elsewhere in the city is really where that's come from. And then on top of that, there are some other jurisdictions around the country who have some similar types of spacing distances, but I can't say that there is specific data behind why that distance is chosen. And hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Catherine. Quick follow-up before you go. You mentioned, so right now that 1,000 foot exists with medical retailers?
I'm sorry. So to answer your question, there is not 1,000-foot distancing for medical marijuana retailers at all. We've likened them with pharmacies, and that's how they've been categorized. So anywhere a pharmacy can go, they can go, and that'll hold true. We have, once the regulations change and if these are adopted, then there won't be any spacing requirements for them. They're considered a non-conforming use and can continue to exist as long as they're there.
Okay, and so then I apologize, I missed the comparison you were making. What does it?
I'm
currently
sorry.
exist for?
So, I'm sorry. Yes, so what it does exist for is for adult entertainment uses. There's some distancing requirements there. And again, that's apples to oranges because, of course, cannabis and adult recreational uses are not the same. When I talk about that, it's the sexually explicit businesses.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Catherine.
Ben Lewinger, Cannabis Chamber. I'm sorry, Akane and Catherine, I didn't mean to blow up your presentation. So from the industry point of view, the 600 number is data-driven, but maybe not in a way that in the way that you would think it is. Basically, we looked at where the existing cannabis medical dispensaries were and where there would be the fewest amount of having these businesses move. And then we looked at areas mainly in Albuquerque, mainly in the Main Street areas, where we thought it would be reasonable, and this is where it's not scientific, just, our board of directors and one of our committees got together and said, this is where we thought it seemed a reasonable distance between dispensaries. So areas like Nob Hill and Albuquerque didn't only have 1 or 2 dispensaries, but it also didn't, it wasn't on every single street corner. So, officially, I think the industry would be okay with minimum distances between businesses, but 600 feet just seemed like a reasonable number based on similar numbers that we were hearing from the work of other municipalities.
Ben, do you think that then that recommendation could change by population of a city? Do you know what I mean? So if you're saying in Albuquerque it's 600, could that be different for Las Cruces?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, I think that you know your community better than anybody else. So I wouldn't want to assign any kind of hard rules like that. And really, I think this is an area where statute is pretty clear that local ordinances have the ability to make decision with this specifically. So I wouldn't make any rules like that. I do think that is how it's done with alcohol outlet density, and why you would see more bars and liquor stores, per capita in some communities than others.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, I do want to point out that in the core of the city, an average block length is around 300 feet, if that gives you any sort of perspective. That's in the core of the city. When you start moving out to the Sonoma Ranchers, of course, those block lengths get really big, but just so that you're aware.
That is very helpful, actually. Thank you. Just sticking with the how do we try to destigmatize this as much as possible, I would personally be comfortable and supportive of going down to 600 and take the recommendation of the industry. Again, that's just me. Okay, a couple more questions. In terms, actually, is Adrienne Widmer still here? Oh, man.
I saw her, she might be back, but I saw her step out for a bit.
I will wait and hopefully she comes back. Let me get my bearings here. They're not in any particular order. I'm just going to ask them. Okay, so maybe this question is for Ben as well, and for you, Ikani. You had mentioned around, really bringing the underground market to the regulated market. What are some of those strategies you've seen in other cities? And Ikani or Ben?
Of regulating?
Yeah, so Ben talked about the unregulated underground market, right? And the challenges of bringing those markets into the regulated market. I'm curious what some of those strategies are.
Yeah, I think he mentioned one, and I'm sure he has some points. I would say one of the issues is the economic side of it. Which the higher you are on the excise tax, which is really handled by the state right now, I would say collectively, and Ben could attest to this, we're lower on the economic side than compared to other states. But again, we're New Mexico. But what I do here, and he could confirm with other states, is that they are threatened where we're starting off, and it's a gradual. And in cities that opt out, what happens is, such as in California, they can control the local tax option. So right now, there's no control that we have. And so greedy cities in California, because they're greedy, and I'm from there, I can say that, they can control that any which way, in addition to a 15% excise tax on top of what the state charges. So there's 15% excise tax in addition to whatever local tax option, and the state would say, oh, we can't go over above this threshold, and so there's this pull. So I would say economics is huge of that, but I think we're one of the lower ones in the nation. But I would just kind of stick to economics on that, and man, curious to hear your thoughts.
I think the biggest challenge for micro businesses is going to be startup capital. So whatever you can do to create funding, or keep those fees at $5 versus $35 for the local licensing. And it seems like, if I understand what Catherine said correctly, opening up and being a little bit less restrictive with zoning. I think it was an equestrian area. With an attached retail option, I think those kind of allowances specifically for the micro businesses are going to be what's going to have the biggest impact.
Great, thank you. Thank you both. Actually, Adrian, I had a question for you. I'm so glad you're here. We're currently having conversations about water conservation at the Las Cruces Utility Board. And so, Adrian, I'm curious if you have, and very open-ended question, just I'm curious if you have any recommendations, advice, as we think about the water conservation plan and this industry.
I'm a shorty. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, Adrian Woodmer, Assistant Utilities Director. So when it comes to that, more than likely, whoever's using that, they're going to have a meter. And so it will be metered. We will get the revenue from that. And as far as the conservation of that, of course, that'll be something that's looked at, but they would be treated just like any other user. They use the water, they pay for the water. Obviously, that would go into part of the GPCD, gallons per capita per day, calculations for the end of the year, and we would take a look at it and see what it is, and maybe talk to them about ways to conserve water. But, it's just like any other industry. If they come in, we will be more than happy to give them a meter, and we will be more than happy to take their money.
Yes, absolutely, Adrian. Thank you so much. That was a great response. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make this quicker. On the consumption areas, I fully agree with the staff's recommendation. I do have one additional thought, though. For the first time ever, we have a rooftop bar in Las Cruces, right, at the Amador. I'm curious if, so I know we're excluding sort of patios and outdoor areas from the consumption areas. Could there be an exemption to that, to rooftop consumption areas?
I'll defer to Catherine and/or Jennifer, see if you had any thoughts on where we are heading with that, because we did make the recommendation
Do those exist anywhere?
to prohibit outdoor recreation, but Catherine, what's your thoughts?
So very quickly, I know one of the
state your name.
Catherine Harrison Rogers, for the record. Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Councilor Bencomo, there had been some questions about informed consent and potential issues with outdoor consumption areas because of that. However, that being said, I mean, one of the options that we have from a land use planning standpoint is our special use permit process, where if people wanted to make a special exception, one could go to Planning and Zoning Commission and go through a public hearing process. And that is an opportunity, but again, that's something that we would like some direction on, and then I'll also look to Jennifer to see if she has anything more to add to the informed consent component.
Honestly, Catherine, you had me at informed consent. Okay. That was plenty for me to hear. I fully support the recommendation of the staff currently on consumption areas, so I just wanted to note that. But of course, if Jennifer wants to add anything, okay. Okay, two more questions. In the survey, there's a question about additional regulations for home cultivation and use. What would that even look like if an overwhelming majority of the community said yes, more regulations? Yeah. What would that look like?
Great question. What happens right now and we have actually had this discussion, if you don't add any regulation, the code is silent on where you could plant cannabis plants. And we just hypothetically said nothing would stop based on the legislation stating that you couldn't just plant it on your front yard. Now, I think there was some discussion, but again, it was a gray area that, that wouldn't be. But it doesn't say, it doesn't ban outdoor personal grows. It just says you're able to grow on the premise. That's it. That's where it stops. So that is a very general, broad area, and people could get very creative with that. The issue is, there's the visual aspect of it, which that we want to just bring to your attention. But I think what happens is there's the smell when it grows as well. And again, it's just, 12 plants max could be at one time, but again, that's a neighbor in proximity of that. But one of the regulations could possibly be allow indoor grows and ban outdoor grows on the personal side. Now, that's a question that could come up is, could we even regulate personal grows? That's another question as well that has come up. And what's happening here, and I'll share this, that when California approved recreational cannabis, there were a lot of trailer bills because just states, it's hard for them to get it right. Cities bring up great questions, community and businesses bring up great questions, and then things change, and then everyone starts pivoting. So I just wanted to share that right now, everyone's moving so fast. There's a lot of questions. We're not getting the answers back as soon as possible, but just wanted to share that as the regulation questions. Can we regulate? Can we not regulate personal? But part of it was perhaps council wanted to say, yeah, let's regulate. What could we do? We wanted to be ready to have some options, or just say the community says yay or nay on that.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm very excited to see the results of that survey. My last question, on tax revenues, when will we, as a council, discuss how to use that?
That's a great question. Whenever you would like. One of the things that happened in the state, and I would like to impress this upon you, and council, we're at your disposal, whatever you would like to do. But this was an issue that the state talked about on the apportionment of the funds of the excise tax. And because they didn't want to delay this bill any further, they decided to wait another year just because there's too many moving parts. And I would say here, with the timelines that we have, I would say maybe not, no one's tracking that on the allocation of that, but once we have this ordinance placed in September, anytime after, if you would like to talk on allocation, it's at your disposal, at the behest of the council. Feel free to discuss that.
That makes sense. I don't know about you all, but I'm already getting emails of ideas of how we can use that. So I'm also very excited for that conversation. And those are all my questions. Thank you so much, Ikani and Ben and everyone for all your work in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pincomo. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Ikani and staff, for this presentation. We did get to hear it in our Quality of Life PRC last week, and we did have a few members attend as well, so it was great to be able to get those types of perspectives. A lot of the commentary that came was questions around the taxes and a lot of issues at the state level that we didn't really have much control over, but were important to hear from the public. In general, I agree with all of the staff recommendations that we have, including actually the 1,000-foot buffer zones, with the option of having the due process to look and adjusting that for a 600 feet. But I say that because in most other places, as presented on the slide, the specialty zones for child cares or daycares and schools is usually a lot greater. Boston had one of the smallest, and that was 500 feet, and ours is 300. So keeping that in mind, I'm good with the staff recommendation with that due process clause. And I do have some concerns just with the consumption zones, as kind of mentioned before. We're going to have probably a lot of new users, and that may not understand or know how their body is going to react. So with that in mind, I was wondering if we were doing any sort of considerations about on these new properties about lighting for entries and exits for the establishment and perhaps speed limits during these times, if there's going to be anything. And if there are some consumption zones that are within pathways, especially of schools, I'm thinking of like high traffic times in the morning or after school, mostly when you have a lot of students walking about, if we're thinking about those types of issues.
Thank you, Councilor Stuvey. Great question. For the lighting, that is something that are one of the that is mandatory. That the state will be looking at lighting, cameras, ensuring that there's security, proper security with a security guard. That is one thing that is being taken care of, and so we're working with the state as well, so that we can review those plans. Because what's going to happen is the state reviews the application, but then we're stuck with enforcement. And so what we have, one of the public comments, getting ready with several other public comments that closes early August, is that we want to be part of the review process, so that not only are we stuck with the enforcement, but we're actually part of the review process, which again, we're going to share our thoughts, because right now the state is taking all of that. But there is lighting and all the security measures to ensure that they could be spotted on camera as well. And so there's going to be that. One of the things that we can look into and we can get information is the type of speeds. We can get with Public Works and see these areas along the commercial sites that might be perfect spots for dispensary locations. We can look into those and do an assessment and see where we're at right now and present that at a later date. Councilor Stuvey, if that is your will, but just wanted to let you know. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you. With that in mind, I do think at least cameras and lights, especially very clearly marked at the entrance and exits as people are pulling out.
Okay.
I think they need to be able to have like really clear views. We do have some properties. I know I have one at the corner of University and El Paseo where there's trees that are meant as, just decorative, but they do pose a bit of a hazard when it comes to pulling out of those areas. So perhaps those are considerations to make sure there's very clear site pathways in and out of these establishments.
You got it, Councilor.
Then, honestly, this was not an area I was very familiar with, so I had to do a lot of research. But the other type of question, and you briefly talked upon it, that we're going to have enforcement issues that we're going to have to look at, and there's a lot of staff time and update. So with that in mind, I hope that we take into consideration those types of costs. We're going to have more inspections, I'm sure, to do as well. And as we get that excise tax in, perhaps even there's going to be some educational bits, and we'll just have to consider those before we start handing it out to other really good projects. And the last portion is when talking about in-home consumption or growth. I think that perhaps an idea is to have it as a gated area. So as you can said before, not having the plants in the front yard, but if it is in the backyard, perhaps it needs to be at least gated so that people can't walk in and out as well for safety reasons. And I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Ikani, and your staff.
Thank you, Councilor Beita-Stuvey. Oops, sorry, it's pretty loud. I have a couple of questions. The 1,000 distancing relates to the buffer seems a little much to me. I think, and I don't know, are you telling me, Ikani, that has to go through legal still to ensure that we are within people's rights if we either decrease it to whatever, 600, 300? I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't. Well, first of all, alcohol doesn't have a buffer, right? Mm-hmm. So why would we buffer this? Yeah. I understand the schools, but I don't understand the other piece, the business side.
And that is that is a valid recommendation, Candida, and that's what the businesses are making in the industry, is you don't treat other businesses the same, why should you treat us that way and add an additional barrier that doesn't exist right now? So that.
So I really would like to look at that and get a legal weigh in if we can. Would be, for me, helpful. The other is the consumption area I'm in agreement with, Connie. On slide 10, you spoke about the lab. No labs here in the southern part of the state. What are we doing? And is that something that we're working with the state on in terms of the labs? All the labs are up north, correct?
Yeah, that is my understanding. And Catherine, did you have something on that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Catherine Harrison Rogers. For the record, from a land use perspective, there's nothing preventing the labs, in so long as they're licensed by the state, from, because we already have a category for laboratory.
Right.
So from the zoning perspective, it's fine, but how to entice them to be here is a whole other ball of wax.
I think we need to have a plan to entice them to come here to the southern part of the state, which has been a problem for labs, right, in terms of, other things. We don't have a lab. Specifically, when we talk about rape kits and such, we have to transport them right up north. So do we have a plan in place to entice them?
Great question, Mayor Pro Tem Candida. Right now, our plan is let's work on zoning. And in the meanwhile, we can have economic development. Friend Dr. Payares is here, and we can definitely get on that and see what we can do, learn the industry from our economic development department, and see what we can do to get that plan that you're talking about.
And I think someone mentioned New Mexico State University and working right in collaboration with them as well. I think Ben had something to say, if he may. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you, Ben Lewinger from the Cannabis Chamber. Until very recently, one of the 2 testing labs in the state was in Las Cruces.
I know.
And it left only a few months ago. And the biggest challenge is most of the production happens north of the federal checkpoint. And of course, there's no checkpoint if you're coming from the northern part of the state driving south. So there was no risk. And out of all the different license types, a testing lab probably is a minimum of $6 million to acquire all the equipment that's necessary to do the testing. And a lot of the testing in statute is from our medical cannabis program, and we have the most comprehensive panel testing for cannabis compared to any other state in the country. So the cost specifically for testing facilities is prohibitive. I would say as we have more production in the southern part of New Mexico, there will be a need for a testing facility, and the market will drive a testing lab here, I would imagine pretty soon after production licenses are granted.
Right, I appreciate that, and I'd rather see that sooner than later, and maybe a private-public partnership might be something that we look at.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Slide 16, you talked about enforcement. My colleagues here talked about enforcement. You had indicated that the breathalyzer is the only thing, right, if you're driving impaired?
It doesn't work.
Doesn't work,
Yeah,
but that's what you're going to use?
No.
You won't use that at all?
Yeah, I won't use that at all. The only thing is just road sobriety tests.
Road sobriety
Yeah.
test.
Mhm.
Okay, what about the drug dogs? What are you going to do about them?
Jennifer, did you want to say something?
Generally speaking, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, I'm Jennifer Vega, your city attorney. There are a couple of things. When it comes to driving impaired, and I'll defer to LCPD for this, but we can have drug recognition experts. They would be required for this type of impaired driving, and also blood testing. There are some legal issues with the blood testing that we have to deal with. It requires a warrant in some cases, but there are several issues that we should discuss probably, and maybe it's a good place to discuss them in the Public Safety Select Committee so that we can talk more in depth about them.
Okay, I appreciate that. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Deputy Chief Paul Brock, for the record. City Attorney is correct on the issues she was talking about related to DUI in the testing process. I will answer your question related to our current canines and future canines with the whole issue of marijuana detection. Our current canines, you have to remember that they're dual-purpose dogs, so they're also trained at apprehension. Currently, we're not utilizing them to detect the odor of narcotics because they are trained on marijuana, but they are still being utilized for criminal apprehension, evidence location, area searches, building searches, things of that nature. In the future, our future police canines will not be trained on the odor of marijuana.
Got it.
To
Thank
answer
you.
that question.
Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. I think that's gonna, this is for community developments, slide 35. What timeframe are you considering in terms of someone approaching you with a business license they're gonna open up a business, a company, and they need the various licenses? What would one expect coming from day one? Say, today I present to you a business license to actually operation. What would that time frame look like?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tim Pitts from Community Development. We'll have our ability to take applications before the state is ready. We're ready today if need be, but we're not exactly sure of all the rules yet, so it's a little premature for us to do that. I might anticipate somebody wanting to set up a facility in which they needed to do a building permit, and that would come. The normal way we handle it when there's a business and they're building their own facility or they're doing a tenant improvement on their own facility is they can start their business license process early, but they can't do anything until they get their certificate of occupancy. So it's really related to the time frame of construction. And construction these days, as you probably are well aware, is way longer than you just heard testimony earlier today on why things are so expensive. And so that's happening for everybody. And this may not be the best time for maybe somebody who's cash strapped to try and start a business if he has to do some construction in the process. So, so assuming there doesn't have to be building construction and go through that permitting process, we should be able to do all our whole thing within about a 7 to 10 day period. That's my anticipation. The state has up to 90 days, I believe it is, to process their permit. We will not. I can guarantee you this, that we will not be holding up the person's business from opening.
Did you hear that, everybody? Write it down.
It will not be the City of Las Cruces Community Development Department holding up the...
Dr. Pitts, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So one more question. Do you have enough staff to handle the need?
I do not anticipate that we have currently enough staff to handle a heavy influx, and I think it's going to depend on what we're talking about over the next year, but we will, in the budget process, request what we need from you, and that may mean moving some staff around. It could mean a lot of things. I'm not going to speak for what that is, but
sure.
My current permitting staff that handle the business registrations and the permits I'll just say they're busy. They have a full day. Mm-hmm. If we threw in a few hundred cannabis applications, it could be a problem. So we will have to deal with resourcing that as part of this discussion.
Now, what about permitting? Inspectors? That has been an issue in the past. Are you prepared for?
It's going to depend on how much inspection is required. Now, of course, part of the inspectors are fire inspectors, and so the fire department may find their own need, and Jason's here to speak to that.
Yes.
And really, for life safety issues, we rely on the fire inspectors more than building inspectors.
Okay.
So we would probably have to worry about it, but we probably would need more resources for inspection. And again, multiple ways of solving that, but
Okay.
it's something that it will become an issue,
So
and we'll know
please
more.
come, don't wait till the end of the budget cycle to say, we're inundated. I would ask that you bring that up, because I think we want to be customer service friendly, timely, getting these out, and we don't want the other things that you do here to be affected by that.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Doctor. I know I put you in a
I know,
weird position there, but.
But Mr. Peely can tell me
Yeah, he can.
what he wants.
So can he, Connie. Thank you so much, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you.
I would like to hear from Jason. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Chief Smith. I'll make it all worth you staying late, Chief Smith.
Good evening. Jason Smith, Fire Chief, Las Cruces Fire Department. So in the area of inspectors and our process for this, we don't plan on doing anything different than what we do right now for a business opening.
Mm-hmm.
We'll look at the classification of what they're going to be doing on site and apply the fire code accordingly. I can't make Dr. Pitt's claim that we won't hold people up. We probably will if they're not addressing life safety issues.
Sure.
We're not going to skirt around that need for the public or for the business. We are there to help support them. In the meeting at the town hall, made it very clear, I think, or I hope, that before they open, we're willing to sit down and look at their plans and their operations and try to work with the business owners so they know what's expected of them for the fire code going into this. That is our hope. When it comes to the number of inspectors we have, in our staff, we have a lieutenant, two investigators, and one inspector. So if there is a great increase, we will not be able to meet the demand probably very timely. We have annual business inspections, so if we also have a lot of new businesses opening and our current load of businesses, we're close to 4,000 right now. We're about 10 to 15% of those businesses being inspected annually. So we're trying a new software system to help address that. We're also bringing inspections back to operations. So our emergency response personnel will go back to doing business inspections to help manage that. And then we did have I'll use the word robust business budget request this year that we did put in, and we know that there is a struggle with GRT and positions. So we are looking for other innovative ways to meet that demand.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions, Connie. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Flores.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, Connie and Catherine and Tim and Larry and Ben. So if we don't have any labs to test, how are we going to get La Migra out of this? How are we going to get through the checkpoint? I mean, it seems like, yeah, I mean, if we can't get it tested, we can't sell it. I don't mean, well, we as a city. So what's up with that? And what are we going to, I mean, it's $6 million to have a lab going. Maybe we can work with NMSU or something. I mean, it almost seems if we can't have a lab down here and we can't transport it because the federal laws will prohibit that. I mean, it's going to be it's a class one, it's classified as it's a felony according to the feds. So it's like we're paralyzed in that regard. So what are we going to do about that?
Councilor Flores, I have somebody, the perfect person, who actually works for the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. He's here today. And so his job, I imagine, just like any commerce, is to attract local businesses in the cannabis industry, which he works for. So, Ben.
Ben
Lewinger, New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, for the record. More like Benito de Juarez than Benito Mussolini, also for the record. So to be clear, cannabis and money from cannabis does pass through the checkpoint every day. It's not like they're stopping every single amount of cannabis. I think this is part of the challenge of having something that is, even with the medical industry, legal at the state level, but still federally illegal. And at the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned two pieces of legislation. One is a long shot legalization bill. The other one is a bill that I think has a very good chance of passing through the federal Senate before the end of the year, and that's the MORE Act, and that would decriminalize cannabis and deschedule it from the list of controlled substances. And I think that would change everything. But you know, there are some cannabis companies that do fly cannabis over the checkpoint, and it's all just a very gray area. Medical cannabis patients are allowed to fly with cannabis to other medical cannabis states that have reciprocity. So right now, just to be clear, there is cannabis that's moving in and out of the checkpoint, but there are definitely stories of the federal officers there repossessing cannabis, repossessing hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash, and up until now, that's kind of been a cost of doing business. And I think that probably changed with the single testing facility moving from Las Cruces up to Albuquerque. So there's no good answer to your question.
So my question then becomes, what do we do now? I mean, yeah, so what do we do now? So we're moving along in zoning, and we're moving along in, zoning and planning. I mean, Dr. Payares, do you have an answer? You look like you're ready to go. Or are you ready to go home? You look pretty eager to something. That body language said a lot. You're ready to run out of here.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I was stretching a little bit, but now that I've been called to the action, this is not me knowing the answer to this. By no means I consider this to be knowledgeable. However, this seems to me be a problem of that potentially the market could resolve. For instance, it seems that the reason, as from what Ben was mentioning, that the reason why the lab did not fulfill its efforts here was precisely because maybe there wasn't a full market for it developed, because maybe the import from Albuquerque over here was satisfying the market without the need of having the production locally. It seems to me, and again, this is just perception, not fully understanding the industry by no means, but it seems that if the market could sustain it, there would be a natural growth for something like this. And maybe that's something, one of those instances in which we have to see what happens and then act based on what happens, rather than trying to predict what happens before.
So
but that's my 2 cents.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. So, Dr. Payares, if we then proceed with businesses, you know, the applications and starting the cultivation and all that sort of stuff, and then it becomes a real problem, because then the federal, you know, the customs people, actually, you know, it's supposed to be immigration, you're not necessarily customs, so that's a point, you know, I wish, you know, anyway, that's a legal issue. But so if they get on, you know, they're going to know that Las Cruces is now starting this industry, and they know that the labs are up north. I mean, that might create like a, that might just give them an incentive to collect more money, and then our businesses would really, they would bust. So it's like a catch-22.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores. I think you're absolutely right, but currently the medicinal cannabis is legal in Las Cruces, and unless I'm not fully aware of this, I'm just speaking out of speculation, I don't think we have seen a lack of supply in Las Cruces in the medical cannabis in the 7 years that it has been legalized, at least not very pronounced or not something that has been brought to the public eye. So I would not fully understand why in a greater scale, potentially there could be a lab relocating or perhaps even more doubling of the efforts of trying to stop that from happening.
I see. Okay, but it would still be a risk.
Correct.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry for not answering further. I apologize not having the response.
That's okay.
Thank
That
you.
was a good stretch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Sword. You had your light on. Do you want to say anything?
I'll say it to
Okay.
you, yeah. Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, we can import all tested products here into Las Cruces. It gets past the checkpoints. They don't check coming in, they only check going out. So we're going to have a supply as long as we're willing to buy it from outside of our checkpoints. Right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I would say dispensaries are fine if they were to set up, let's say it's legal. Dispensaries, just like federal checkpoints, you're fine until the DEA comes.
Well, no. The problem will be if the grower here needs to have his product tested before he can sell it here. That's going to be the problem because he has to get it to a lab, and the lab's not here.
So my understanding, and Ben can share, when deliveries are going to occur and those transporting, if it's anything that I'm familiar with, deliveries, the vehicles that deliver cannabis have certain rules that they have to follow. Part of it is identifying the type of business that is essentially doing the delivery. And so there's certain applications and certain requirements that have to be on that vehicle. Now, Ben may have additional information on what carriers are supposed to, but when you're identified going through a checkpoint, I think one of the questions that you have is if they don't check, then they're fine. And that's the assumption if they don't check and they just
Perhaps
allow you to
maybe you
pass.
haven't lived along the border long enough. There is no checking coming into Las Cruces from any of the highways, unless you're stopped by a highway patrolman now, obviously. But the border checkpoints only check people leaving the border, not entering.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Give me a nod there, Ben. Yes or no?
He wants to come up and answer.
Sure, okay, that's
Ben,
fine.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, you are correct.
please state your name.
Ben Lewinger, New Mexico
I know.
Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, for the record. The stores in Xavier's area, where he's the regional manager, all of those stores receive cannabis product from north of the checkpoints, and you're absolutely correct. Driving south, you don't have to pass a checkpoint. I would say the challenge is Las Cruces has the agricultural heritage of New Mexico here. So how do we, I think the way Akani put it was, how do we create micro ecosystems of cannabis and ignore the federal checkpoints? So I would say that cannabis cultivation is part of this community's future, and eventually you're going to need a testing
We're
facility.
an ideal place to grow it, that's for sure. That's the CBD business, which is not part of this act, it has already demonstrated that. We have a large CBD production here. The problem comes is if we want to test what we grow here, and we can't, because you have to leave the area and go through a checkpoint.
Yeah, right
You
now.
can't even fly it up north.
I
We don't have an airplane anyway, but we can't even fly because that's FAA. But anyway, yeah, I hope that problem gets solved sometime by having a lab here. If we are going to produce as much, a lab might be worth it. I would suggest to our Economic Development Department, contact the labs up north, put a branch lab down here. Yeah, okay.
I do know, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, I do know that the lab that moved from Las Cruces, he's working on that right now,
All right.
is setting up a satellite facility. But lots of the companies that would start production facilities in Las Cruces are looking north of the checkpoint for exactly that reason, which is an issue.
Thank you. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
clarifying.
Councillor
Thank you.
Sword, Councillor Bencomo, Councillor Flores.
Thank you. And I imagine, I'm glad Councilor Flores brought this up, though it was an important conversation and definitely a North Star. But I also imagine that I didn't hear you raise this issue as the industry had this issue. I actually think what Dr. Payares said was kind of right on in terms of the market will probably have a solution. I imagine that growers and the people in the industry who have a lot more experience than us up here, or at least that's my assumption. But I think people will figure it out, honestly, and I'm excited. Also, I will always take the opportunity to say how actually ineffective Border Patrol checkpoints are, even though they're very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bencomo, Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. So, Ben, I have a question for you. Why are you so sure that this declassification of marijuana will be successful by the end of the year? I mean, is that because it's almost Christmas and you're thinking everything on your wish list will come true?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, I went to school to be a religion teacher. I spent 12 years in higher education to teach religion, and I am a man of faith.
Oh, well.
I love that answer.
Well, I love the answer in theory, well, just out there somewhere. I love that answer. But seriously, are you serious about, or maybe you've had, never mind.
I mean,
so are you?
It's a crystal ball. I will say that
I mean, you said earlier, you said that Biden said that such a law wouldn't pass under his watch.
Right, so Biden is not going to be the president to legalize cannabis. The second bill is the MORE Act, which passed the House twice now, the first time in 2019, and it's been stalled up in the Senate. And the composure of the Senate is becoming more friendly to cannabis as the number of Republicans in the country who support legalization continues to grow. So for the first time in the history of our country, at the end of last year, more than 50% of registered Republican voters supported the legalization of cannabis. And that number continues to grow with every polling instrument that I see.
So it could pass, but then the president could veto, but then there can be an override of the veto?
So the distinction is decriminalization and descheduling and legalization. President Biden's administration supports the MORE Act and will decriminalize. But won't legalize. He doesn't support full legalization, but he supports descheduling cannabis as a Schedule I drug, which would change everything from a federal enforcement perspective.
Well, declassification, so what would it be lowered to? I mean, if it's not, if the criminalization isn't eliminated entirely.
It wouldn't be a felony.
But it would still be under federal law. And it could still be the transportation of
It could be, yeah. So the Department of Justice has issued several memos basically saying in states where medical cannabis is legal, they're not going to enforce it. And the days of the feds coming in and repossessing or shutting down medical cannabis dispensaries is long over.
Well, as you said, you were in communication with God for 12 years, so from your lips to God's ear. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Any other questions? Public comment? Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name. You've been so patient. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us today. My name is Derek Pacheco for the record. Just have a dump of notes here in my notebook. Just wanted to go over real quick. I think maybe keeping the airport non-sterile for a little bit. It might help transportation from south to north and vice versa. The FAA doesn't really step into that realm as far as I know. You can go state to state with medical programs on an airplane. I just want everyone to remember that zoning rules are based off of racist ideals. We have zoning rules because we wanted to keep colored people from owning property, from doing business, and from being part of our communities. We can look at zoning for what it is, but I want to make a point to maybe not go too far with the buffer zones and these other rules that are going to really hinder the small guy. To me, dispensaries, whether recreational or medical, are the same. It's the same product. It's the same interaction with the retail store. We have medical dispensaries integrated within the neighborhoods here in town. Consumption, smoking, eating, it's not defined in the consumption license. So to say that we can't consume outside means that a fine dinner with cannabis-infused foods is not going to happen outside, and it should. We have beautiful weather. The point that we don't want our youth exposed to gross sights or plants or smells, that's re-stigmatizing the entire plant. Kids shouldn't be consuming it, they shouldn't be smoking it, but they can look at it and they can learn about it, and they should. Again, the buffers will affect the poorest parts of town. The blocks are only 300 feet. Our commercial districts often abut residential uses. Our original town site here is full of a mishmash of use historically, from residential being next to manufacturing, being next to equestrian. It's just a mishmash in the poorest areas of town. I'm not talking about the new development up the hill, but buffers will hurt the poorest parts of town. I support rooftop consumption areas. Right now you can't delineate between a roof elevation and a ground elevation on a patio. So I say get rid of those restrictions. That's all I have for now. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Please come and state your name. And I'll give you 3 minutes, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. I'll keep it quick. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Xavier Hall. I just want to speak on the 1,000-foot buffer zone as far as between businesses. Being on the ground, understanding how it works, that only adds to kind of a hard problem that we have. So working for Pure Life, I've been recently, over the last year and a half, looking for a new location for us because we've outgrown the location that we're at right now. What I've run into is that, yes, you think facilities are open, but property owners don't want you. They don't want you there. And so that is a problem that we've run into, and I don't know if it's a problem that's being looked at by the city. I won't speak against Ben because the president is my boss, so I won't speak against his 600-foot distance. But I can tell you 1,000 feet is a lot, and we already run into enough problems. And like Ben said earlier, we cannot be provided lending from the banks. So it is our owner financing, having to buy properties. So, and I mean, that's tough, depending on how much money you're bringing in, the facility you're looking to get, that makes it very, very tough. So just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. And council? Okay. I've decided to take the noise ordinance off the agenda and place it on August 9th.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. I fully support that, though I have a constituent here who stayed the whole day. Will you give him 3 minutes to
will.
speak on the noise ordinance? even if we don't discuss
Absolutely,
it?
I'll give him 3 minutes. I know he's been so patient, and
Thank you.
here we are, close to 8, but yes, I'll give you 3 minutes, sir.
Hi,
Please state your name.
My name is Jim Wilcox. I'm a resident of Las Cruces. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, for giving me this time at the end. Man, your work sessions go long, I'm telling you. I moved here in January, and I have to say, Councilor Flores, I'm an avid cyclist, so I fit that profile you talked about, people you want to attract here, but I'm going to throw a curve. I'm also a retiree. So now you got to figure all this out again. So I just wanted also to say, after hearing about the different ideas about Las Cruces, I would say the elevation, the mountains, spaceport, cannabis, Las Cruces, just a little higher. So that's my idea for a slogan. Thank you. And I'm also the regional representative for Noise Free America. And I got involved in looking at the situation with some of the noises around town, and I felt that there were some issues around mostly vehicle noise that I found. Then I heard about the study that came out, and a lot of you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So I'm going to give you an offer you can't refuse. I'm going to say, let's postpone my presentation about that. Councilor Bencomo has my response to that study. Real quickly, it says on page 16, based on the scope of the study, this indicates that Las Cruces doesn't appear to have significant noise issues. Remember, it's in the context of the study. And I want to thank the council for doing this study, because that's great that you're concerned and you want to know more about noise. So I'm going to have Councilor Bencomo send to the rest of the council my thoughts about the study, and I will be back on your agenda. I won't be on the agenda, but I'll be back when it's on the agenda again, and then you can throw all your questions at me.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate your efforts. And Councilor Bencomo, you want to send that to Christine, and she can then forward that on to us?
Great.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Christine, then we need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores. Christine, please call the roll.
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
The mayor is absent.
Thank you, everybody. Good night. Night, night.